in my pockets, I got nothing up my sleeve. I keep my magic in my heart. Keep up your spirit, keep up your faith, baby. I am counting on you. You know what you got to do. Fight the good fight, everybody. Every minute, every day.
Hello, everybody. It's us again. I want to welcome everybody, and we have a special guest on our panel. Plus, we have another special guest sitting next to me. So I wanted to say hello to Brian, Kipp, Ange, and Chuck, and Doug Wilkinson to the show. Welcome, guys.
Glad to be here.
Hello.
Hey, hello. Thanks for having us.
Hi, everybody. Yeah.
And so, and everybody knows, obviously, it's Doug's birthday. So we're going to kind of have a little birthday bash. Kind of give you a little of what we're thinking. You know, I've already talked to the panel if they wanted to ask him some questions. He's a very wise man. So he's 84 this year. And so he's lived a quite long life, and I'm sure he has some stories that he can tell that we've never seen or heard. And so if anybody in the chat wants to ask him questions or whatever, you know, we kind of want to make the show about him. And then we're going to talk in general and do a couple videos. And so, yeah, we're just going to have fun. I want this to be his day. I think it's a very special 84 years day. And so he is my best friend. So, yeah, I have to make this special for him. And everybody being here, I just want to say thank you so much. We have, I think we have one of the best communities ever. And I'm so thankful for everybody coming every week and just being here with us. I do appreciate it. I love you guys. We all appreciate you.
Absolutely.
And so I'm just so very thankful and grateful that you guys are here with us. And so we can hang out, talk about whatever we want to. Everybody's equal. Everybody's, I got to make Amanda equal. Hold on.
Hi, Amanda. She's, yep, she came over, I think, from my channel. So she's got some awesome playlists I like. But yeah.
So Michelle, we're waiting for you and Ange to sing happy birthday to Doug first.
Don't sing good in Russian, guys, okay? You do it. Yeah.
Go ahead, Chuck. We'll wait for you to do it first.
You'll be waiting a while.
Wow.
So I wanted to say hello real quick to the people that are in the chat. Do you have more people that are not?
Yes. Hello, everybody.
Let's see here. So I wanted to say hello to Johnny, the Nut House, which is Peanut. He said he'd be in and out. And of course, the information station is Kipp's backup channel if you guys want to sub to it. And let's see here, Seth and Tracy. Let's see, I'm scrolling, guys. Anne, good to see you, Anne. Welcome. I hope you're doing wonderfully, and we're so thankful that you came on last week. And yeah, I'm just very thankful and grateful that you came on to tell your story and the truth. And yeah, you're amazing. Stupid, welcome. You're not really stupid. Megan, think for yourself. Welcome. Good to see you. Amanda, welcome. Wendy, let's see here. Marlene, good to see you. Danny Diesel, of course, always good to see you. He says, happy birthday, Dub, from Danny and Lisa.
Well, thank you, Danny and Lisa, and everyone here. Appreciate it highly.
Hello to Gio. Welcome.
Hello, Gio.
Let's see. Still scrolling.
Yeah, good to see you, Gio. I think you said hi to Justine too already.
No, I haven't got that far. Veronica,
Oh, okay.
welcome. Justine, good to see you, love, always. Wendy, still scrolling, guys. Oh, that everybody's already coming on in. We got 25 in the house. Thank you guys so much. If I missed you guys, I'm so sorry. I don't think I did, but if I did, if you guys catch it and I missed somebody, let me know.
Right.
Definitely.
Hey, Michelle.
Go ahead.
Got a quick note, if I could just remind everyone, because people forget and they might not know, but if you guys in chat, if you look where it says live chat, between the scissors and the X, there's a wheel. If you press on that wheel, a screen will come up that says chat filters and community moderation. If you hit chat filters, you'll see top messages and all messages. You're going to want to click on all messages, and that way you'll see every message and won't miss anything. So I just like to remind people of that. That's all.
Very good.
So yeah. Hi, Carol. Good to see you. Welcome. Let me get you modded. Let's see. There we go. All right. So just so you guys know, I mod everybody because I want everybody to be equal here. I don't mod everybody if I don't know them. I kind of usually evaluate if somebody on the panel knows somebody. They speak up and let me know right away to get you modded. Chuck's real good about that. He's like, you need to mod somebody. I'm like, okay. Yeah, it's we mod everybody so that everybody is equal here. If you guys see some troll coming in the chat causing ruckus, you guys have all the power to knock him out of here. Oh, look at the puppy. So I depend on you guys to do that, but also you guys can leave your channel links. You guys can drop links. So it gives you a lot more room to do whatever you want. I want everybody to be comfortable here. That's what this channel is all about, is that we want a place to go so that we can talk about whatever we want to talk about and feel comfortable, because we know in this day and age, it's really crazy, and a lot of people around us are not awake. So it's nice, I think, to have somewhere to go and hang out. And we really appreciate it. Okay, so we got 31 in house. You guys have anything to say? I want to talk a little bit before I get started on my birthday links. Wow.
Silence.
Oh wow!
I'm good.
There's 5 on my panel and nobody came out.
I was trying to figure out how to get in the chat, but it
Sorry,
won't
Michelle.
allow me.
Sorry, I was reading chat, I think, because I said hi to Megan, but she snapped back. She was joking, but I think I typed her name with an H. So yeah, I sure did. I'm sorry about that, Megan. That's funny.
And they want you to speak, Dub. I see Gia said speak, Dub.
Yeah.
I don't know where to start. If anybody has any questions or anything.
Why don't you
start back in 1944?
How about 45? I can do 45.
45. Okay, there we go.
Okay. Yeah.
Were you born in 45?
No, I was born in 40.
40. Okay.
Yeah.
He's 84 years old.
Yeah, but I remember back. I remember back to 45, so I could start there. But
what's the first car you ever remember riding in?
Oh golly, I don't know what it was when we moved. I was born in Carlsbad, New Mexico. We moved to Waco in probably when I was 6, maybe 7. I don't know what kind of car it was. It was probably a 37 or 8 or 9, something or other.
Do you remember seat belts and car seats back then?
There were none. Not at all. That's a modern edition.
Welcome, Olive Juice. Good to see you. She says, Dub, what a cutie you are. Cool shirt. Happy birthday, young man. And many more.
Well, thank you.
Dub, there's a question from Gio, and he asked if you served, and you did serve 4 years in the Air Force, as I recall, correct?
That's correct, yes.
Yep. And
thank you, by the way. Thank you for that.
You're welcome.
And Tracy asked, did you have cake today? My question.
I have one waiting for me. Yes.
Yes.
Haven't had any of it
He
yet.
got
but
cake. We just
yeah.
haven't had cake.
We hadn't
So
had
he
it
did get
yet.
a cake
so
today.
it's still there.
So yeah, Michelle, I don't know if you wanted to go this way. Here's another question from Megan, and I'm sure I know the answer. But Dub, do you remember chemtrails when you were a child?
No.
Yeah. When is the first time you remember seeing chemtrails that you can recall?
Seeing them fairly recently, hearing about them, of course, when I started looking at YouTube, I
Mhm.
saw stuff on them and heard about them for a while before I actually kind of tuned into it. So
It's a tough question.
So okay. So since you started waking up, and how long has that been? Since around 2017?
Spring of 2016.
Okay.
He
was a late comer. I was a late comer.
Yeah, I was a late comer.
But he's here, and he came along.
I had some questions about things that had occurred, but never really looked into them or anything.
Did you believe the moon landing when you first saw it?
I have my collection of moon landing 35 millimeter slides.
No, that wasn't the question.
Well,
so maybe you did.
In 67, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
believed
yeah.
it.
I think we all got duped on there for a minute.
I was along with. That's why I had my collection of slides. I ordered some.
Okay, so the chat's going a little fast for me, but
I
Ann
know,
says,
right? Blowing up.
Hold on a second. Let me see. Ann says, how many children do you have?
I have 3 sons, of which I raised from the ages of 5, 7, and 9. They are now 50, 52, and 54.
What did you do for a living?
Electronic repair.
Ooh.
Pretty much my whole life. I got into that in the Air Force, and that's the profession I've pursued my entire life. Is electronic repair. I've repaired a little bit of everything over the years. When calculators first came out, I got into calculators. I recognized the need for service for them. I did calculators for 25 years until they all went away. And then I switched from calculators to computers.
So, go ahead.
And did computers from 2005, 2015.
So what we're going to do real quick, everybody hold your questions a little bit in the chat, because I do want to get to your questions for sure. But since this is about Dub today, we kind of have a little surprise for him and for everybody else to kind of get to know Dub. So hang out. We're going to go ahead. This is from our producer editing, or I don't even know what to call you, Kipp.
Oh, you gave it away.
I gave it away.
I'm just Kipp. That's it. It's just Kipp.
And he does a lot of good stuff. And I asked him to do me a favor for Dub's birthday, and he did. So we're going to go ahead.
It's a group effort. It's a group effort. I had help. So you gave me a lot of good material.
So we're going to go ahead and play this video. This is for Dub. This is for his birthday, and this will give you guys a little bit more on him. So hold off. Make sure we can see this. Can you guys see my screen?
Yes.
All right. Dub, this is for you. So I'll give you a little bit of background and just real brief.
We don't see it.
3 sons. You don't see it?
We don't see it. No.
I seen it
Chuck,
and I heard it.
That's it, Chuck. It's it. That's it.
I can see it.
Yeah, that's it. Chuck, it's a video of a live stream.
Oh, okay, okay. I hear about it. Okay, gotcha. Go ahead.
All right, let's start it over.
Sorry.
It's okay.
No, that's funny. I figured out quickly what you were.
And everybody knows by now we're amateurs. So we're all good here. We are definitely not professional except for Kipp. He does things professionally. Here we go. So I'll give you a little bit background and just real brief. Dub raised 3 sons. I don't know how old they were.
5, 7, and 9.
5, 7, and 9 when their mom left and never came back. So Dub was a single father raising his sons. And
Wow.
I just wanted to give you guys that background.
Dub was that is man, good for you, dude. That tells me even more that I have that there's a reason I like you. Was it a typical case of someone doing what they could, getting married just to get to America?
Maybe.
I don't know. I don't initially think so. I don't know. She, I guess, basically just picked some bad friends and got into the drugs and the party scene. And
I'm sorry. I'm not trying to delve in. I did not mean to pick up a scab. I apologize.
No. He's over it. I thought I would mention it because a lot of people don't know a lot about Dub. He's always in the background, and he'll say his piece. He's my best friend. He's going to be 84 in October, and so he's amazing. And there's a reason why he's my best friend. But I just want everybody to understand that, we've all had a rough life. And we've had different rough lives. We've all gone through different journeys. And not many people know about Dub. So I kind of wanted to throw that out there. He's not butthurt or sour or regretful or anything like that. And he, yeah. October 20th is his birthday. Thank you, Miss Deb.
Yeah. I've had a good run. Yeah.
Eat your cookie.
I'm about to see a girls too.
I'm putting this on YouTube. Yeah, I am. You better get your cookie out of your mouth.
I remember my first love affair. Somehow or another, the whole darn thing went wrong. My mama had some great advice, so I thought I'd put it in the words of the song. I can still hear her sing. Boy, oh, I see you sitting out there all alone, crying your eyes out, 'cause the woman that you love is gone. Oh, there's gonna be a whole lot of trouble in your life. Oh, so listen to me, get up off of your knees, 'cause only the strong survive. That's what she said, only the strong survive. Only the strong survive. Oh, you gotta be strong. You better hold on, don't go all around with your head hung down. Well, I wouldn't let that little girl know, I wouldn't let her know. She made me feel like a clown. There's a whole lot of girls looking for a good man like you. Oh, but you'll never meet him if you give up now and say your life is through. And she said, only the strong survive. Only the strong survive. Oh, you gotta be a man. You gotta take a stand.
I love that one.
Only the strong survive. Only the strong survive. Well, you gotta be strong. You better hold on. Only the strong survive. Only the strong survive. Only the strong survive. Well, you gotta be a man. You gotta take a stand. Only the strong survive. Only the strong survive. Only the strong survive. Only the strong survive. Only the strong.
Well, Trump for the last 3 months, I think, maybe a little shorter than that, has been constantly saying that we're real close to World War III. Also, they're saying that Iran has a contract out on Trump, and there have been 3 assassination attempts so far, and everybody expects there will be more. And I agree there will be more real or stated. They're now also saying that they've always said that Iran is supporting all the supposed terrorist groups in the Middle East, and they're seriously talking about bombing Iran. As a result of 9/11, there was basically a contract out for 7 countries that we wanted to conquer.
Mm-hmm.
And 6 of them have long since been conquered. The only one remaining left is Iran. And I really think they're driving this time to add Iran to that list. And if so, then yeah, we may be real close to World War III or whatever they want to call it. But you never know. It's come up several times that Iran is still out there. Iran is still out there, and I just my own personal thinking. I think that something very big is going to come around election time this year. I spent 3 years in Vietnam. It's been a long time.
Wow, thank you.
But not as military. I did 4 years in the Air Force. I got out, and I worked in Vietnam
As a civilian.
as a civilian.
We've got to talk, Dub. We've got to talk. But go ahead, because I've been there. I spent some time in Saigon. But go ahead.
And I knew a lot of things that were going on then that were not supposed to be going on, and nobody knows they're going on. But yeah, it's always been that way with wherever we've been.
And Dub, let me ask you this though: when you, as a civilian in Vietnam, what is your impression of Vietnamese people?
Very nice.
Right?
Yeah.
They love Americans too, don't they?
Good people. Well, I'm married a Vietnamese lady. My son's mother is Vietnamese.
Yeah, all his children are half Vietnamese. But yeah,
that is so cool. That is amazing. I'm glad to know that.
She didn't turn out to be.
No.
I got you. Right.
Yeah, that didn't work out that well. But anyway, side the point.
Yeah, all his sons are Vietnamese.
But they are amazing people. The time I spent over there, I love them every bit as much as I love the Thai people.
Yeah.
For the time I spent in Thailand, they are beautiful people, and they are not what the media has depicted them to be.
Oh no, not even close. And before I went to Vietnam, I spent 8 months in Okinawa. And I love the Japanese people. They are fantastic people.
Oh, that's so cool, man. That is so cool, Dub. Thank you.
Yeah.
It's the day that you were born. It's the day your mama brought you home. It's a special day. Let us celebrate. Oh, yeah. Happy birthday. Happy birthday. I'm going to celebrate with you. Time to celebrate. Tell everybody. Come on, y'all. Come on and celebrate on your birthday. Come on, y'all. Hey. And many more.
Kip,
Happy
you're the
birthday,
man.
Dub.
That's awesome, Kip. You did a good job, man.
Thanks.
Yeah.
That's
Excellent.
easy. My heart was in it. You know, I wish I would have had more pictures, but we were working with limited time. But yeah, happy birthday, Dub. I'm glad to help and put that together for you.
Fantastic work, man.
Well, y'all missed my birthday, so you better get busy.
You got to add a few more, Chuck.
Yeah, a few more, just a few.
Hey, so Deb, real quick, and not to, I wanted to ask one question on a follow up. You were talking about, real quick. You were talking about you were working in the electric field. Was that your MOS in the Air Force?
Yes.
Okay, right on.
I went to school for 8 months in Biloxi, Mississippi for aircraft radio and radar systems. That's what I did
Nice.
my entire time in the Air Force. Also was what I was doing when I was in Okinawa and Vietnam was
Jeez.
aircraft electronics.
I mean, it's just proof how smart you are, because smart people don't go into, you know, the Marine Corps like me. They go into the Air Force, and then you go into electricity instead of driving a truck for a living, you know. Like,
Yes.
no,
Yeah.
I mean, like, really, though, the smart people, and they're smart people in all branches, but the smart
Yeah.
people go into the Air Force.
So real quick, I don't want to interrupt you guys. I'm reading the chat. I've got to address some people in the chat. So let's see here. Justine said, I missed that part. Had to chase the cat away from the bird bath. Well, Justine, I'm going to let you know. I'm going to repost that video on my channel. So because it's got to be reposted. It was beautifully done, and thank you, Kipp, so much. You came through. I just appreciate you. You just got some mad editing skills. I'm telling you, you were very good at all that.
Yeah.
He did this.
Y'all don't even know. I appreciate it, but you don't even know. It's so easy. I mean, it's just the apps make it really easy, you know. And I spend a lot of time on it, so it's.
I have another
Thank you.
job for you if you're up to it.
Yeah.
Tracy says, you are quite handsome there, Mr. Dub. I'm scrolling up a little bit. Hi, Carol. Good to see you. Welcome. Yeah. Let's see here. Anne said that she says, we all love you, Dub. We love you, Dub. And yeah, I don't want to miss what everybody in the chat's saying, because we're all here celebrating. And I want Dub to know how much love he's got coming in. And, you know, man, 84 years old, and he's healthy. He's healthy. We're doing our damnedest to keep him going. He does have some low sodium issues that we've been maintaining. So his blood pressure drops when he doesn't have enough salt in his diet. So he has to drink a lot of salt water sometimes, and we get it back up. So we're maintaining it. If everybody thinks, get rid of your pink salt, your Himalaya salt, get rid of your sea salt. I'm telling you guys, you need the iodized salt in your system and potassium to keep going. And don't let anybody. They always tell you the opposite of what you need. So I'm telling you, Danny says, Michelle, tell Dub old electronic technicians never die. They just short circuit.
Danny, that's funny.
And Justine says, great Dub, I'm glad you're doing well. So yeah, Dub reminds me of my last best friend. Thanks for being you. Enjoy your day today with love. That was from Olive Juice.
Thank you. Thank you.
I didn't know you could buy sea salt with iodine. His doctor said, get rid of all that stuff. He needs iodine. And boy, I'm telling you, for the first time, I saw a doctor be that honest.
Yeah, be correct.
I'm telling you.
Hey, Michelle, just also, I don't know if Dub's dating anyone or what is, but Tracy said he's a handsome man there, Mr. Dub. So I just thought I'd throw that out there too. You know?
Oh, not for a long time. I finally wised up.
Amen. Right. Good for you, brother.
Sound very good. That sounds very racist.
A good best friend is a hell of a lot better than a girlfriend or a lousy wife.
Hey, you can only hit your thumb with a hammer so many times before you realize it's going to keep hurting when you hit it with a hammer, right, Dub?
Yeah. So
you got to decide to quit hitting it with a hammer.
Stop it early. Yeah. Well, I had two rounds, so that was sufficient.
Yeah. Hey, can I ask? And I don't know what your platform is right now, Michelle, or what direction you want to go. But can I ask Dub?
Is all here.
You can
whatever
ask all
cool.
questions you want to ask.
I don't think have you what part of the country were you born and raised in? What's home to you? And I guess kind of like how did you maybe share how you ended up in a roundabout way down in Houston, Texas?
Well, home is kind of scattered around over a pretty broad area. I was born in Carlsbad, New Mexico. Moved to Waco, Texas when I was about 6. I grew up there. Joined the Air Force in 1960. Did my 4 years. Air Force. That 4 years was a blast. I got a lot of experiences. Worked.
Where was that at? Where were you primarily stationed? Were you at one place or did you jump around a little bit?
No, went to boot camp in San Antonio. Did tech school in Biloxi, Mississippi, and then the rest of my time in El Paso, Texas.
That's wild.
Yeah. And while I was there, I was stationed in an air refueling squadron. So we refueled jet fighters. And at the time I was in, there was a lot of planes in Vietnam. And during that period, they were rotating a lot of F-101s out of Vietnam and F-105s back into Vietnam. So
I was thinking the F-14, but the F-14 came in later in the 70s.
Yeah, much later.
Yep. But what about the Warthog? Did you ever refuel an A-10?
No.
The A-10 Warthog, because they were using those back then, I believe.
Well, yeah, no. When I was in Okinawa, I was working on the C-130 equipment.
Okay.
And the C-130s were the ones that would refuel A-10s.
Oh, right. Yeah. So they did mid-air refuels, or whatever you call them. I forget. Yeah.
And that's what we did in a KV-50 aircraft, which was a modified B-50 after the B-29. And when I'd go TDY, we'd go to the West Coast a lot and fly out over the ocean and bring the cap off the 101s where they could get to land, and then F-105s would take off, and would cast them off after they took off so they could get to Hawaii. And did that several times. Also did several trips to Hawaii and doing the same thing, rotating the 101s and the 105s. So Hawaii was nice while I was there.
Real quick, so I'm like I said, I'm gonna go on and off with the chat because I don't want to ignore the chat.
Yeah.
So Dub can't see the chat. Actually, if you guys don't know, he's kind of legally blind, so he needs like a magnifying glass to do his computer. He's all about computers. He's really good about computers. He knows all about computers. But he actually is legally blind, so it's really hard for him to see. So I have to read this to him, and since this is his day, I have to read you the chat.
Thank you.
So Danny says, let's see. He says, I said that because my dad wants a bumper sticker for his coffin that says old scale men never die. They just become unbalanced.
Yeah.
That's good. Boo, but that's a good one.
I wanted to welcome seven. I wanted to say welcome, Mike. Yeah, I will be reposting everything, guys. Just so you know, on that video, I totally awesome video. I watched it several times, and hit it from Dub.
Yes.
But let's see. Let me scroll up. Mike says, "Happy birthday, Dub, and many, many more to come."
Much thanks.
And I see Seven's in the house, so we got to say, hey, Seven, what's up, my ninja? Good to see you here.
I already said that. Dub, what is
I missed it. Sorry.
So, Ann says, Dub, what is your best brand computers?
Dell. And I've had them all.
Okay.
Yeah. I've had HPs. I've had, golly, the old compacts. Some Hewlett Packards
scroll backwards a little
were
bit.
terrible.
All right. I'm not trying to cut you off, Kipp. I'm just trying to. I want to make sure I get a balance of both.
No, you're good.
So,
don't worry. But yeah, thank you. No problem, Michelle. You got it.
Yeah, I mean, because yeah, I just love having everybody here. It's just
Yeah,
so
I
great.
like to get some comments and questions from the guys in the chat also.
Yeah, if you guys have any questions for Doug, go ahead and lay them down because we already played the video and
that was some excellent work.
Danny.
Yep.
Danny says my first computer was Adele. Adele, like the singer.
My first computer was a Commodore VIC 64, I think it was. It was you had program stuff in it. It was crazy.
Yeah. I skipped all that period. I first looked at computers in '88, and they were all using different languages, and I just said, no, I think I'll pass on it. So I didn't. I just stuck with the calculators while I was in it, and after they went away, I had to go a different route. So I started doing computers at that time, and then did computers until I pretty much kind of sort of retired.
Danny asked, what was your favorite Vegas find? So he's talking about the Las Vegas shooting. That was kind of like where the beginning of Dub and myself waking up, and that's how I met Dub, was through the internet doing the investigating the Las Vegas shooting, the largest mass shooting in American history. Anyway, so Danny, that was Danny's question. What was your favorite Vegas find?
I think my best find was in Body Cam 485, where I discovered the way that they did roll call with the actors. That was, I think, my own discovery. And yeah, I'd say that was number one.
And then
Can I ask a follow up on that real quick?
Yeah.
I got plenty of questions, but hey, just peanut butter falcon. If I'm talking too much, Michelle, just say peanut
No,
butter
you're
falcon.
good,
All right.
man.
no, you're fine.
But no, do you remember in Vegas? Do you remember the aha moment for me was that that taxi driver where they suspected that the noise he had a speaker in his trunk that was making it sound like machine gun fire, that he was videoing it like he was
It was
like,
a
you know,
Yeah,
it was a she. She
it
was
was a
okay.
he. It was a
You
he.
remember that though? That was like, it made sense to me, and it might have been a rabbit trail, but that was kind of the one where I started waking up.
She was one of the actors in the
Yeah, she was.
scene.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, she was thrown
Yeah.
in.
That was one of the decoys and one of the rabbit trails that we were fed to, that everyone was supposed to go down.
Real quick, Justine says, does Dub remember those adding machines, 10 key adding machines? I used to know how to add, subtract, and multiply on them.
Oh yeah, I remember those. I had a good friend that worked on those that I worked with. He did the adding machines and copiers, and I worked with him on that. Yeah, I remember them a lot. I didn't ever work on them. I just worked on when the electronics came around.
Okay, so Danny wants to know, who is your favorite Vegas content creator? Not including yourself, he says.
I didn't ever create much, but I was just looking.
Who was your favorite?
Oh golly, I'd have to say HDRC.
Yeah.
I would have
What?
to go with him.
Say it again.
HDRC FX.
Yeah. You got to say all the letters.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, he was my favorite too.
Yeah. He was the best, and I think the first that was on target.
So Tracy says, my first awakening moment was the Florida Orlando thing. I just knew something was off my first time.
Oh yeah, it was a lot off there, a lot. So yeah, good place to start.
Yeah. Ann says, who is your favorite singer?
Elvis Presley
Yeah.
and Johnny Cash.
Yeah, so that's why Kipp put that on there. Elvis was because Elvis is one of his tops. Yep. Go ahead. Sorry.
I
was
have
for you.
I have all of Elvis and all of Johnny Cash's music that I listen to frequently. Not as much lately as I would like to, but
Two of my personal favorites as well, Dub.
Brian says homeless people disappeared from Salt Lake City right before Vegas, which is just down the interstate. The observation got me a strike.
some of them could have been hired to do a job.
Wendy says, I grew up next to a Folsom Prison, Johnny Cash.
Oh yeah, one of his big ones. One of many.
Danny says FDFX was Tuber. No, he was
No,
not.
absolutely not. No.
Tuber is not that intelligent.
Turber is a 100% agent distractor BS artist.
Justine says, my nephew sings Johnny Cash at karaoke.
Oh, go on.
Chen says, Danny, seriously, Turber? he's just messing around. Turber's not that smart. By any means. Anybody else on the panel have any questions for Dub or Kipp? You have any more?
I've been asking a lot. I'm sure. I bet Chuck or Brian might want to interject here. I don't know. I'm not trying to put them on the spot, but I have plenty of questions.
Jump in, guys, if you want to. Chuck, Brian.
So Dub, where how old were you when you first saw a colored TV? And when did you first own one?
Colored, I don't know. I bought my family's first TV in an Admiral in 1954. And I don't know the answer to the colored one. I don't remember when the first time I saw a colored TV. I never was real big at TV. I pretty much stopped watching TV. I hated ads. I always hated ads. And I pretty much stopped watching TV when they started having a token gay on every program. And so between that and the advertisements, I kind of gave up TV. I never, I'm not a comedian type. I never watched any of the most popular comedy type shows.
Can I tell him a story?
Yeah.
When I first met Dub, I remember we were just messaging. He was like, he's like, I would really like to talk to you when we were doing Vegas and investigating. He's like, I'd really like to talk to you because you're like one of the first people I see in Vegas that are calling it that maybe nobody died. And I don't think I was.
You were.
But anyway, from I guess from where he was watching. But anyway, so we started messaging, and I would sit there and I would joke around and be laughing and we were talking through like Yahoo or something, right? Messaging or something like that.
Yeah, we started on Yahoo Messenger.
But anyway, it was so funny. He was like, I am so serious. I don't, he was like, I don't laugh. I'm so serious about everything. And I don't laugh. And, he kind of changed his tone because the more that we became friends and the more we got to know each other, he can't not laugh when I'm around because
right.
It's pretty crazy.
Do you remember? Actually, one of the big wake ups for me was remember the day after Vegas. I remember like just something didn't seem right, and I remember watching. It might not have been the day after, but I think it was where there were those guys out in the hazmat suits, sweeping and cleaning up the parking lot, and like I just remember looking, and you couldn't. There was no blood. There was no nothing. I mean, it was just the very next day. There was like no evidence of that I could see, and they were still cleaning. Like they couldn't have cleaned it all. Do you remember that?
You're talking about
in the venue.
In the venue of the FBI.
Yeah.
Yeah, there were guys in the white suits out kind of in a parking lot, just kind of like cleaning stuff up.
Yeah.
Where the venue was, exactly.
Supposedly that was a crime scene, and that would be destroying evidence, and that would have been illegal. So yeah, that were it real, that would not have been taking place.
Right. And people were like, filming it. It's just, PSYOP is such a, man, that was a big PSYOP. I'm telling you. Yeah. I spent 3 years, over 3 years looking into that thing. And just, I mean, it was crazy. I was just like, wow. I do have a couple questions. Yeah. I wanted to say hello to Red Storm. Let's see. We got Jen. Jen came in. I didn't say hello to her. We love you, Jen. I'm so sorry I didn't say hello to you. But we also have Monica, MT Kelly. That's Monica. And then let me see who else. Johnny, All the World's a Stage. Let's see. Hold on. Give me 1 second. I had a question. Tracy asks, Dub, do you think about the world today compared to where in your 20s do you see a major downfall or advancement?
That was my question. I was going to ask him.
Okay, repeat it again.
What do you think about the world today compared to where in the 20s, do you see a major downfall or advancement? When you were very young.
Wow. Let me
Well,
think
he
about
didn't go
that.
back in the 20s. He was born in
And
40.
when did you see it change? I mean, when did it really start changing, in your opinion?
I'm gonna say probably late 60s.
60s, yeah, that'd be my guess.
Yeah. Uh,
The free love and Woodstock. Did you go to Woodstock?
no. No.
He's not that kind of person.
Yeah, I'm not a Woodstocker. Sure. Uh,
that would have been me, Chuck.
There you go.
I think probably after that period a little bit. But yeah, the changes have been really dramatic and drastic as time goes on. It progresses seemingly very fast.
So like so when did you start, I mean, did you ever question anything say like in the 60s or 70s? Did you start feeling kind of weird, or were you political at all? And
I've never been political, but I've been interested in politics from early on. And
Tell everybody about you never voting before. In 84 years, you never voted.
never voted. I'm not a voter. No,
Yeah,
not
I
me.
found that amazing too.
Well, I learned early because of my interest in politics how the system worked, and I didn't like it. I saw enough that I wanted no part of it. So yeah, I never got into it. I've always kept track of it. I know what's going on today. I keep track of what's going on from a distance without getting into it.
real quick, Monica says, I see a major downfall and I do not want this, the world to get better. If it does, Jesus will not return. Good point.
Well, you don't have to worry about that.
It's not going to get better. Justine says,
No.
technology has changed everything. Sometimes wish we could go back, but we wouldn't be here.
Going back in technology, there's so much good in technology, and of course, like everything, it can be used in wrong ways, and a lot of it is used in improper manners. But technology itself, I enjoy technology. I've benefited by it because that was the way I made my living my entire life.
Anne says, Dove, is your son's awake?
No,
Absolutely not.
no.
All three of them, zero.
Yeah, and I've broached it lightly a couple of times, and wow, fell on my face.
No. They are. I've got to know all three of his sons. I know one better than the other two, but I've met them all and had conversations and stuff. And no, they don't want to hear it. They don't. They're firecrackers. They're just like most people that don't want to accept anything, especially the world not being round.
Yeah, that's a biggie.
Or spinning. That's a big thing. We had one of his sons just go off into a crazy land, calling us
Yeah,
crazy land, calling us
Yeah.
names. We tried to get into a conversation, but
it did not
Hold
work
on,
with.
Michelle.
let's
Yep.
say that
Hey,
again.
Dub, tell everybody the conversation when you first brought up flat Earth to your sons.
Say that again, Chuck. You're breaking up.
Yeah, you're
Yeah.
breaking up.
I think he
Can you
said
hear me now?
the first time.
Say
The
again?
first time you brought up flat Earth to your children. The first time you ever brought up flat Earth to your children.
Oh, well, it was just
It was one
just
of them.
one of them at a time.
At a
And
time.
I it was when I really just first kind of looked at it and really didn't have enough information or stuff, but I mentioned it anyway, and it was not accepted well, and it
Yeah.
didn't go well, and it's still not well. So
Ange just dropped out. Hopefully she'll come back.
yeah,
I wanted to say hello to Betsy, the little one. Welcome, welcome. Good to see you. But yeah, do you mind if I intervene?
no, go ahead.
Okay.
Yeah, sure.
So, little one says, Dub, happy birthday, brethren. Much love and Abba bless.
Did you see that Danny Diesel question? Where was Dub on when Kennedy was shot on the grassy knoll?
No, I saw it and I missed it because we started talking.
That's a good one.
Yeah. So, where were you?
I was my dad had his first heart attack 1 week prior to that. I was stationed in El Paso in the Air Force. I took a leave and was at my parents' house in Waco at that time. So yeah, that's where I was, and
Okay.
I probably a lot of people gonna say, yeah, he's nuts. It's because I had a feeling about that, and my intuition struck home. So that's and I never really looked at it until much later on. Of course, after I learned everything else in the process of going through.
So if you were stationed in you said you were stationed in Tijuana at the time, or in San
El
Antonio,
Paso.
El Paso, yeah. So
Yeah.
is there a 50-50 chance you might have been drinking tequila in Tijuana, or did you ever go there?
I went to Tijuana a few times, but I never drank there. I wasn't a drinker. I just went there basically with a couple of guys to walk around, go around. So I didn't do a lot of partying in Mexico across the border, but I did go across a few times. But
Yeah,
no,
you don't strike me as a big partier. I was just asking. I used to work out there in El Paso for a while, and we'd hop over to Tijuana here and there.
did you ever go to Zaragoza?
Sir, I don't. No, I haven't. No.
It's a little town, a little bit west of Tijuana.
El Paso. Oh, okay.
Yeah, and that was a rough place. You think?
Oh, I bet.
Yeah.
Real quick,
Yeah.
I wanted to say hello to Charity and say hello to Shay, and welcome, ladies. Let's see. Shay says, "Happy birthday, Dub. Have another perfect day."
Thank you, Shay. It's been a great one so far, and I expect it will continue to be.
Jen says, "I learned a lot about Waco when I spoke with Dub on the phone about it years ago. Dub is a huge source of knowledge. Huge."
I was in Waco at the time that took place. I was living in Houston, but I took some time off and went to. My brother still lived in Waco, and went to Waco. And during that period of time, I went to Oklahoma to visit my other brother, and came back to Waco, and I was in Waco the day it burned. So yeah, Waco. I was there watching it, but I couldn't say anything. because I was at my brother's house and I couldn't really speak openly about it.
Tracy had a comment. She did. It wasn't a question, but she said, I still spew it to my kids every chance I get. His kids are a little bit firecracker craziness. I don't know how to explain it, but they're kind of like normal with the regular people out there, but they will like freak out if you mention anything outside their comfort zone.
Yeah, and just about everything that Michelle and I talk about is outside of their comfort zone.
They think we're crazy.
Oh yeah.
You know,
They really think we're crazy.
isn't that sad? I experienced that on a level with a lot of my with a lot of my family members, and it's sad, but man, we do what we have to do, right? We avoid certain conversations just to be able to have a relationship with our family,
Yeah.
right?
Well, for instance, recently my oldest son had his birthday, and I called him on his birthday, and we were talking about his birthday, and during that conversation, he said, "Yeah, one more trip around the sun." And boy, talk about let the air out of your balloon. That did, but I couldn't say anything, so I just kept on.
Real quick. So Danny says, what would you say is the best way to live life without going nuts?
The way I've lived mine, I guess.
He's very mellow. He's a very very polite person. He doesn't ask for a lot. He's just very mellow. You know, he's just very simple, and yeah, I mean that's just coming from me. But
I have my best friend in my computer here. I'm good.
Amen. I'll tell you, there's something to be said for lowering your expectations of people as well. Just like I used to be, I would try and just whatever, like it was my job to convince everybody of all these conspiracies years ago. But it's I don't know. I've just you kind of learn from your mistakes. I don't know.
Well, what's really difficult for me is I feel it a responsibility as a parent to inform my children.
Right.
And it's something that you can't do. So.
And they're tough. I mean, I'm telling you, they will fight you. They will walk away. They won't talk to you for a long time. If you mention anything crazy. I wanted to say this real quick. Tracy says there is some crazy science teachings going on in the public school system. Last science lesson I was to teach said an asteroid hit the Earth and created the moon. It's crazy.
Yeah.
Right.
Really, nothing that's been taught in schools that I'm aware of is really accurate or
Hey, can
close.
I say something real quick about
Yeah.
about that? It's like talking to your children or whatever. It's like we don't realize how when they're born nowadays, people put them in front of the TV all the time, and we don't realize how brainwashed they are until we try to tell them something that goes against, the brainwashing. Like, for example, think about the whole heliocentric. When you try to tell them about flat Earth, they believe that we blew up billions of years ago and that we're just flying through infinite space, that nothing exploded and created everything. You try to tell them that their senses, that what they feel, like, you don't feel it moving. You try to tell them that they were right, but they act like you're crazy. I mean, it's like the programming. People need to get rid of those TVs, man. They didn't see that, when the TV came out, how really dangerous it is.
Yeah. Well, it's been a long time now.
But you nailed it, Chuck. They view you as crazy, and I don't know if it's always been that way. But from my perspective, they do view you as crazy, and like personally, trying to wake certain members of my family up, it's much easier to talk just from my experience and my biblical worldview. It's easier to try and explain flat earth to someone that believes in God and in the Bible, because then you've got a faith basis. And to me, the Bible clearly lays out flat earth. Forget about, I mean, not forget all the science, because that there's plenty there too, but just so that's how I try to approach it. So like obviously to me it's more important, most important, that my friends and family believe in the same God that I believe in, you know. And so that's kind of
You
what
know,
I base that off of. And if they don't believe that, it's hard for me to even approach flat earth.
Kip, in my experience, man, the Christians are the hardest ones for me to share flat Earth with. You know what I
Absolutely.
mean? Yeah, they're like when you tell them what the Bible says, they're like, oh, that's not what it means. Where it talks about a firmament dividing the waters from above from the waters of below. They're like, that's not what it's talking about. It's talking about the atmosphere and the moisture or the sky. You already got translations of the Bible that are already changing the word firmament to sky. And I mean
Right.
that's a big change right there, because the firmament's a molted looking glass, like it says in the King James Bible. But it's
Yeah.
just
Right.
they're definitely
Hey,
changing the word.
so absolutely. Well, I think so. That's a possibility. But one more question, Michelle, and then I'm sorry not to, but so Deb, do you I know someone asked something about flat Earth, but did they ask when? Okay, so back in the 50s and 60s, were there more people that it was more acceptable to believe in a flat Earth? Was it more commonly believed, or was it still all globe Earth back then?
I had never heard the term flat Earth until a year and a half ago, maybe.
Oh no, it's been longer than
Really?
that.
When that,
Oh,
Okay.
it's been way longer than that. He's just
Yeah.
him and I kind of woke up together, and we shared a lot of stuff together. My son actually was the one to introduce me to flat Earth, and uh, had me look at some stuff, and I shared it with Dub. So we were just kind of growing up together as far as that's concerned. I totally 100% believe in the biblical. I mean, it all makes sense to me that
It's muted or glitching.
what? Am I glitching?
I was hearing you okay.
Okay.
It might have been you, Brian, because she was coming through pretty clean. I don't know. What about in chat? Did I miss something?
It might be me.
No, everybody sounds good to me.
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah, if there's any audio problems or any glitching, guys, in the chat, please let me know. But yeah, I totally 100%. It takes God out of the equation. It's one of the biggest psyops ever, and I think way back, maybe in the early 1900s, where they did push the round Earth until
I think the schools taught flat Earth up till about
Not flat Earth.
1920.
round Earth.
Well, no, they taught flat Earth
Oh,
up
okay.
until
I'm
about
sorry.
1920, and then
Yeah, right.
that's when they switched over and started talking ball BS.
I knew it was somewhere around there. I thought it was later that they kind of transitioned, but that's kind of what I was under the assumption, that it used to be kind of commonly taught.
Yeah, and
In the
but
early 1900s, it was flat Earth. I
yeah,
think.
Yeah.
Or-
Agreed.
Well, supposedly that lady in the UK or wherever in England, something like that, wanted to fly some blimp and prove that we're not, spinning underneath. And then that's when the stock market collapse happened, the Great Depression over here. You can look into
Oh, wow.
Serious?
Yeah.
Yeah,
You know-
I'd like to hear more about that.
Yeah. If you guys, we've been lied to all of our lives about everything.
everything.
And
Yes.
and Dub can I mean, say it. It's
Yeah.
your show.
Everything. It's
So, Dub, what about the first mass? What was it? The black and white one that they programmed us with in school, it was in Ohio, wasn't it? The mass school shooting. What school was it? I forget.
Colorado,
No, it
Columbine.
was no. This is back in like the 60s or 70s.
The bell tower, the one you played the video
Yeah,
of.
Yeah,
yeah.
that was
You got to
in
play that, Michelle. You got to play that one tonight. That was a good one. The
Yeah,
first
Just
shooting
Right.
on film.
1966.
Let me
Yeah.
let me go look for it. I have it on my channel.
that's the one where the guy couldn't move, like he'd been supposedly shot, and the guy went in to help him, and then like as soon as he
Yeah,
got
that
there, the
one's
guy stood
classic.
up and just ran off with him.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that was great.
Yeah.
No, Kent. Kent is the one I'm thinking about. Kent, does that?
Kent
When did
State.
Kent? Yeah.
The Kent State, supposedly the National Guard shot and killed 4 students at a Kent State protest. They were protesting the Vietnam War.
That
They
was
had
in
all
the
the
70s,
dramatic
right?
music and our
Yeah,
sound effects
yeah,
and stuff.
yeah. But and I remember that visibly because that happened when I just returned back from Okinawa and before I went to Vietnam. Is when the Texas Tower incident was.
Okay.
And after learning about all the other shootings, I got to thinking, I wonder about that. So I went back, looked up some history, and watched a little bit. So, yep, that one too. That was the first one. So that's the first one that I'm aware of.
Well, it's the first one I remember hearing about and learning, because I learned about it in grade school, right? I mean, they taught us their propaganda about it. I don't remember exactly what they taught, but yeah, that's the first one I recall in my memory ever knowing about as a child was Kent State.
Yeah.
Sorry. All right. So,
Did you find it already?
oh yeah.
Okay.
Hey,
So
real quick, also, rabbit trail, but Dub, what was the first car you bought when you were personally driving? Do you remember the first vehicle that you personally bought?
I certainly do. 1941 Chevrolet Coupe.
Okay, cool.
Paid
Chevy
90.
Coupe.
I paid $95 for it, and I was a little bit short of having the $95, so I got into my coin collection and finished out the last $20 or $30 with quarters of 1932 S&D rolls of 1932 S&D quarters.
Wow,
If
inflation.
you'd have
Inflation's
kept,
killing
well,
us, man.
if you'd have kept those
$95.
quarters, if you'd have
Yeah.
kept those quarters right now, you could probably retire a wealthy man.
Well, the reason I had those rolls of 32 quarters, they were the lowest mintage quarters in the quarter deal. They all of the years around them had very high mintage.
So they were the most rare.
They were the rarest. Yes, that's why I had them. So today they probably buy me a pretty nice car.
Oh yeah,
Hey,
more than a $95 car.
Real quick. Sorry, guys. Real quick, I wanted to say hello to Danny Diesel. He's on the panel now.
Hi, everybody.
So,
Hey, Danny,
Hey,
what's
Danny.
up, man?
Not much. I wanted to come on and say happy birthday to Doug.
well, thank you, sir. Glad to have you, man.
I'm gonna sing you happy birthday right now.
Okay.
This is exciting right now.
I've
we
been
go.
waiting for somebody to sing to me.
Everybody, get your recorders out.
It's being recorded. Yes.
We could make it a real mess and everybody's.
Birthday to you. Happy birthday to you.
I can do this.
Happy birthday, Mr. Dub Wilkinson. Happy birthday to you.
That'd be great.
Oh.
love that.
You're the best,
kinda-
You
I'm
sure
kind of
that,
turned on.
Oh, so am I.
you sure that was you, Danny?
Yeah, it was him. Trust me.
My mom always told me I had a good
I
singing
thought that was
voice.
Marilyn Monroe singing at JFK.
Well, we know Marilyn Monroe was not a woman, so
Yeah, I know.
That was awesome. Okay, that's all I got to say. I like it.
Did you like that?
Yeah, I
Oh,
really did.
thank you.
But
How you
Listen,
feeling?
I'm pretty good actually, and if you could do that for me on my next birthday, I would be very appreciative. Okay.
Okay, that's a
I
deal.
love it.
her
If I know
birthday,
when it is, I will sing you
her
happy
birthday
birthday.
is July 8th.
Oh, okay,
Easy. Thank you,
I got
Michelle.
Good job, Michelle.
Yeah.
Danny, you got to have something a little sexier next time and put your camera on. All right. So
I liked it. I'm here for that. Okay. I'm here.
All right, I'll sit in the bathtub with bubbles.
Yeah. I love you both.
please do. That'd be
Marilyn
great.
Hey,
Monroe did.
that's Danny's new name is Bubbles. We're gonna start calling Danny Bubbles.
I liked it.
Dub was gonna say something. Go ahead.
Marilyn Monroe did sing "Happy Birthday" to JFK.
Well,
Yes,
that's what he was.
I
I
know.
know that's what we're talking about. Yeah.
He was imitating.
I knew
Yeah.
that.
Okay.
I knew that.
It's okay.
That's why I asked if he was sure it was him.
I wanted. Give me a second, guys. I wanted to say hello to Western. Welcome, Western. Good to see you, girlfriend. Let's see. Let's see. Other people are popping in. Crystal, she popped in. Welcome. Yeah, I just want to make sure I get everybody here so that Dub knows who's present, who's here. Yeah, that was great, Danny. We're gonna go ahead and play. Everybody stay on the panel. Everybody don't go away. Everybody stay in the chat. Please don't go away. We're gonna go ahead and play that mass shooting in the
Oh yeah,
the clock tower.
yeah.
Oh, I was just about ready to say, is there another one?
No.
Is there one I don't know about?
No.
But we'll go
Okay.
ahead and play this one. You guys have to. I have to stop it, but it's kind of screeching, so you guys might have to
The
turn your
Mad
volume.
Sniper.
The
Mad
Mad
Sniper.
Sniper kills 14. This is in 1966, guys. That's the year I was born. So
14. 1-4. Wow.
yeah. Here we go.
From the observation room, 26 floors up, a killer terrified students and others on the campus of Texas University. He was Charles Whitman, 24, an ex-Marine, a dead shot.
Hey, pause it real quick. The sound effects have come a long way, but that's not what a gun sounds like at all.
Yeah.
I know. That's fun.
We're muted. Go ahead.
And you notice the movie theme song to it. They got
Yeah,
all-
it sounds like Godzilla.
yeah, exactly.
That's funny. All right. Let's play it.
For an hour and a half, beginning just before noon, the sniper waged his private war against mankind. For 90 minutes, nothing could be done against him. A tumor on the brain drove him across the borderline of sanity to spread terror. Eventually, the crazed sniper was shot dead when the police managed to charge in upon his lair. They found 2 rifles, a sawn-off shotgun, and a big supply of ammunition. Rescuers braved the peril of the campers to carry the wounded to safety. Nearly 40 people were wounded. The total of killed was 14.
Anybody notice the time on the clock?
This mass killing, biggest by one man in U.S. history, shocked the whole of America.
There's the
President
guy.
Johnson
Yeah.
has said that the
Hey, gets up.
regulations governing firearms
He's like, I can't pick her up.
must be drastically overhauled.
Cut.
Oh,
Yeah.
how funny is
Yeah.
that?
Classic.
That was your
Wow.
first mass shooting attempt.
There you go. Dun, dun. It's so funny.
I mean, just proof that before technology, it was much easier to pull this stuff off without people questioning it. Because I bet there weren't many people that questioned it back then.
Well,
I don't think
no.
anybody's ever questioned it.
You know, think about that. Back then, you know, TV just
Yeah.
was kind of new, and everybody, you know, because way back before that, it was the radio. So everybody used to sit around the radio and listen to, you know, I mean, the propaganda started
Yeah.
way back when.
Oh, ask Dub if Dub, do you remember going to the movies to watch the news?
Well, they when I was, I guess maybe somewhere 12 to maybe probably 10 to 13. My oldest brother had a job at a movie theater, and the owner of the theater had three movies, three separate theaters. So I could go to any one of those movies for a quarter.
Wow.
And bus ride to town and back home was 10 cents, a quarter to get in, and popcorn was a quarter and the Coke was 10 cents. So for $1, I could ride the bus downtown, watch a movie, and go home. And the movies always had a little newsreel in them. Yeah,
Yeah,
for the newsreels of the movies.
to keep you up to date.
Yeah. And the Saturday morning cartoons. If you go on Saturday morning, they had a cartoon for you as well.
But I have a
I-
feeling that's almost like, well, what year did that shooting just happen?
1966,
Okay,
August of 66.
I think it was probably before that was when they were doing the newsreels on the movies.
Oh yeah, that was in the 50s.
Yeah.
Vans has been off the wall since '66. The shoes.
Wasn't the War of the Worlds thing, radio thing, that was before your time, wasn't it, Dub?
That was 38.
Okay, yeah, I was wondering if you like were you taught about that in school or would
Yeah, I've heard about. I've never actually listened to the broadcast, but
wow.
it did create quite a ruckus. And some people actually was okay. Let me qualify that. We've been told that some people committed suicide during that.
Mhm.
So that's
Yeah, and car accidents.
whether they actually did or not, I don't know.
Yeah, they said people were jumping out of buildings, right?
Yeah,
Other things. Yeah, that's right.
of course they also said people were jumping out of buildings.
Yeah, I think there was a lot of people that died because of that, because they were all trying to leave town and they were getting in car accidents and crashing and driving off cliffs.
Yeah,
And,
it did create quite a panic.
Now, what about the Area 51 alien thing? Wasn't that in the 50s? So weren't you a child when you first started hearing about
49.
that? Okay.
Supposedly that aircraft, that spaceship crashed in 49.
And you're hearing about it on the radio, right?
Yeah, yeah. So like
What was
said,
going through your mind? That had to be terrifying.
I didn't pay attention to it at the time. Yeah, I never did really pay any attention to it. I was aware of it, but wasn't moved one way or the other by it, actually.
Real quick, I want to interrupt
Right on.
real quick. I wanted
Sure.
to say hello to Daryl and Rebecca Lynn. Welcome, welcome, guys. Thank you for coming by.
Glad to have you.
All right, go ahead.
I don't know.
Okay, I'm sorry. I
That's
interrupted.
okay. No, that's fine. That's
But
fine.
I did want to show this. This I had on my channel way back when. Since it is his birthday, I want to, Kipp did show part of this video, but this is when I first moved to Houston, and I left a really bad situation in Missouri, and just moved here, and I've been here ever since. I've been here for almost 3 years, 2.5 years.
Yeah.
But anyway, so this is Dub Wilkinson too. So this is him eating the cookies and everything, but it's more of an extended part of it. Here we go. It's only 3 minutes long.
But as the years pass slowly by, she still preyed on his mind. He kept her picture on his wall
That was a good one. I remember that.
and went half crazy now and then. But he still loved through it all, hoping she'd come back again. Found love letters by his bed, dated 1962.
This is your life, Dub Wilkinson.
That's a good song.
Yet underlying every single
Dub.
I went to see my friend today.
Sing. Sing.
Oh, I didn't see no tears.
Sing.
All dressed up.
Sing.
You don't want to hear my singing.
First time I'd seen her smiling, and he stopped loving her today. They placed a ring upon his door. Soon they'll carry him away. But he stopped loving her today.
Eat your cookie.
Came back to see him her last time.
I'm putting this on YouTube.
We all wondered if she would.
Yeah, I am. You better get your cookie out of your mouth.
And it kept running over in my mind. Well,
You did put it on YouTube.
this time he's over
No,
her
you're
for good.
not.
He stopped.
You better look at me. Yes, ma'am.
They placed a ring on the door. Soon they'll carry her away. But he stopped loving her today.
Yay!
That song. Absolutely love that song.
Hey, can I say something? That's George Jones. A couple people were asking who that was singing.
Yeah,
Yeah.
George Jones. One of my favorite songs. Yeah, I really like that song.
That was a
This
classic.
that sounded really good for being on a Echophone.
On the Echophone?
Yeah, those old phonographs that you have to wind up with that big cone coming out the top.
No,
No.
Oh no, it wasn't a record.
No, it was
no,
from his
no.
computer.
Yeah, that was being played on the computer.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
To me, the funniest part was when she's like, "I'm putting this on YouTube," and Dub was like, "No, you're not," with the mouthful of cookie. Like, yo, yes, she
Does it
is.
anyway.
Yes, she did.
She
Yeah,
did.
that's my channel.
I'm seeing she's been doing some sneaky stuff.
Yeah, that's shady, Michelle, but I love it.
Oh, hey, P.S. Michelle, you've been there for 933 days and a half.
Wow.
No, wow.
I just times 2.5 2.5 years, and then I made up the 33.
Oh, thank you, Danny.
I just
Hey,
want
it's
to say
been
hi to
almost 3
Daryl and
years.
Joy. I know you already said
I know.
hi, but I just want to say hi to Daryl and Joy. We hopefully we get to talk later. We'll get to catch up. But yeah, I've got some talking that I'd love to do with you guys. But I'm glad to see you all here.
Justine says, Dub, so glad that you are a survivor and here with us.
I'm real happy to be here and real happy that you're here as well. Absolutely.
Anyway, go ahead,
Can I
guys.
say one thing? I want to say one thing real quick. I cannot chat. I can't put any comments in the chat because I tried to go to YouTube. I'm on my phone because I'm out here on the road working today. So I see the comments, but I can't. I'm not able to respond.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's good for people to know.
That was weird.
That's what I say. That's what I say when I don't want to respond to Chuck. So
Whatever, kid. Well, you know better. I always
know,
respond.
dude.
Usually.
I
Yeah,
know. I'm just
I know, man.
He's
So-
long.
So Joy says, George Jones called the ER. My mother was working in one late night and mom spoke to him. He was
Wow.
way intoxicated and
That was George.
and needed company and comfort. Rest in peace, George Jones.
Wow. Yeah.
Wow.
Eh,
Hey,
yeah.
Dub, do you remember when Johnny Cash did his Elvis Presley impersonation, and then also Elvis did an amazing Johnny Cash impersonation. Do you remember that?
No, I don't.
Oh, I've got to find the video, and if I find it, will you play it? Well, I don't know. You might get a copyright strike, Michelle.
As long as it has lyrics. Look, when you go search for it, put the title of the video and put lyrics in it.
Yeah, they won't have lyrics. I'll have to send it to you because you'll get a strike on it. I'm sure.
Yeah.
I'll find it. I'll
Can
go get
I
it.
ask a question? I would like to ask question of Doug, please.
Yes, ma'am.
I just to say, Job, happy birthday, number one, and I'm glad and honored to be here with you tonight because maybe we both not be here and we don't know, right? So, anyways, I want to ask you this, if you have one advice for people for life, for all life, what did you advise it be, please?
Wow.
You're gonna make me
Good
cry,
question.
Ange.
I'm
That's a good
sorry, I
question.
gotta do it, guys. I gotta do it.
Hey, nobody's promised tomorrow.
Exactly, but I want to know what Dub says for his advice for life.
Be true.
Be true.
Truth.
I'll tell you, you know what? That's a great advice,
great.
and thank you because I like it. Because I a lot of people I ask this question when they're older because I work in healthcare, and they all different answers, right? But I mean, I would say this. That's probably my favorite answer I've ever got. You
Oh.
be true,
Uh,
be true, do this good.
Good. That was good.
So happy birthday, Dub, and I love you, buddy. And I probably am gonna drop out of chat soon because I'm getting a little tired. But I love you and everybody here. I'm not gonna drop out yet, but soon. You know.
Well, thank you much, and thank you so much for being here with us. Enjoyed it.
Thanks, Dubs.
Yeah.
I love
You
it
sounded
too.
great.
Yeah.
You
Yeah,
sounded
right.
great, Ange. Love you.
Yeah, I
We
break.
love you. Yeah.
I appreciate that, guys, and yeah, I was an honor to be here for Dub birthday. Okay, so thank you for inviting me. But I'm still here. I'm listening.
Yeah,
Okay.
Okay.
yeah.
Good job.
Okay.
And
Bye, Ange.
Part of the crew. Yeah.
she said she might drop out. She's not dropping out yet.
Okay.
She's gonna stay in here for a while.
Yeah,
Yeah. Hang in there.
yeah. He's, and I can see the look on his face. And let me tell you guys, um, man, it's just been so awesome to have everybody here with us. Um, I wanted to have this, Dub has not had a lot of people, I'm not saying his family, but they're not far away. I just, you know, it's been such a great experience for me to have a best friend like him. I don't have to worry about not being me. I want to be me. And he's been such a good rock for me. Just being, I can be crazy, I can be this, I can be that, I can just be me. And he's the same way. And I just want to let you guys know, he's a very good man, um, very wise. It's a blessing. I know God brought us together, and I'm very so grateful and thankful that God brought me here. And uh, KK says, just stopping in to say, I wish you a happy birthday, Dub. Much love. Thank you, standing for the truth, and I wish you well. God bless. Thank you, KK.
Thank
And
you.
Peanut
Take
just stopped in too.
God is good.
I wanted to say this to Michelle because she used to make me cry. Michelle, please stop doing that for me. Thank you. Because, but I know I feel some emotional about these times too. And I get it because nothing is promised, guys. But I agree with Dub. Always be true and be with Jesus. And that's it, man. That's it. I know
Yeah.
Dub would not believe it, but I am. So, for me, that's a philosophy, But I love you guys.
That's
I
funny.
love
I
you
thought
too.
Ange dropped out. I thought she had dropped out, and I wasn't. I was reading the chat, and so I was like, "Wait, she psyched me out. She's
No, I
hung
was
around."
listening and I was going to hang out. I just, I wanted to ask my question when I could, so I
Yeah,
get that.
Yeah,
I love it.
that's good advice. I have a feeling if I live to be 84, I'm going to be saying, "Don't trust the government.
Don't trust the government. That's a good one.
Exactly.
Danny.
Don't trust
Now,
anything the government says."
uh, you shouldn't need to say that.
Hmm.
Yeah.
If
Exactly. You don't need to ask, right? We know.
if you hadn't got there so far, you're way
Yeah, you should have known that when you were 18.
behind. Yeah.
It
I
took
You
knew
know,
that when I was a little girl. Well, seriously, guys. But I grew up in that kind of family, so I was criminal, all right? But not everybody knows that. But I promise you this: never, ever trust government. Ever fucking. Yeah.
right? Amen.
Good advice.
Hmm.
Good advice.
and 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 I hope you don't mind me, Ange. Ange, if you have not subbed to Ange, you need to. Ange, if you could put your, just type anything in the chat. But let me tell you a little bit of her story. Ange,
You can say whatever you want, Michelle. I'm good. I'm here for it.
uh, Ange recently, within the last month, had a stroke. She had a major stroke. It wasn't a small one, but and she's recovered fantastically. I'm just saying, God is good. But let me tell you, she's not Russian. We tease her about that, but you know, she's a survivor. And I know there's new people coming in tonight, and I just wanted to let people know Ange is phenomenal. She's beautiful. She's a sister in Christ. She's just she's a fighter. She's strong. She's hard-headed. She's you don't want to mess with Ange. I'm just saying. But she has so much love in her heart, and I am so thankful to have her in my life. And I wanted everybody to understand that she is hardcore survivor in all of this. So I just wanted to give you guys
I love you, Michelle, for for saying it to me. And I've always loved you since I met you, and you know that. But this dub birthday, so but I very much love every single one of you, and know that, and especially Danny because he's gonna sing in my birthday party next year.
I was just getting ready. I was just getting ready to say that you're not Russian. You're just in a hurry to recover.
Yeah. Well, wait, but didn't you say earlier that your ancestry is Russian?
Yeah, well, no, I did not, but I'm claiming it right now, okay?
Okay. I mean, that'd be pretty cool if you, after a stroke, if you came out with a Russian accent. I mean, I think it's cool. So, yeah, it
That's
works.
funny, but no, I'm Spanish, so there's that shit.
Anne is the fourth person that I've actually met, that I met online.
Yeah, we've met,
So
TIU just stopped by. He's been trying to get on the panel, but I can't have more than 6. But I just want to say,
I'll let him out. Here, I'll drop.
No,
I'll let him
I'll
in.
go because I was gonna go
I invited
anyway,
him.
guys. So let me go, and you go let them. And I thank you very much for honoring me, and love you, Dub, and love you, Michelle, and Chuck, and Kip, and Dammy. I'll talk to you guys later, okay? I love you.
I love you, Ben.
All right, bye.
Love you too, Ange. And for the record, Ange is the first and only person I've ever met online. So,
So, welcome, T. T's on here with us.
Long time, T.
What?
How you guys doing?
Hey.
We're doing all right. How about you?
What's going on, guys? Hope everybody's doing good.
Well, we're just celebrating
really
a birthday.
Good. Having a good birthday.
Yeah.
All the good people here.
Ragdoll's having a good birthday. Very good.
Yeah. Good one.
Yeah, you missed it. You're gonna have to listen to the whole thing.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't miss it. I heard your singing. Terrible.
Oh, okay. Well, I was talking more about Dub's answers to all of everyone's questions, but yeah, my singing was in there.
I popped in right then. I was like, oh Lord. But I hope everything's good with you guys. Everything's good with me.
Really, really good, T. Thank you.
Yeah, T goes back how many years? 7, 8.
Yeah, well, it was.
I can't. I'm not good at math.
It was a while ago. Let's put it that way.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's okay. We made it. We made it out of that mess, and
now we're in another one.
What's the other one? I missed that. I guess there's another one.
Well, yeah.
There's been 50,000 other ones.
Trump's been assassinated 3 times.
Oh yeah, and I still don't see any scars. That's the funny part. I'll just stop. I'm not going into that.
Well, his ear was healed within a week, so.
Within a week. Okay, yeah, and just like
get hit by an AR-15.
It formed back on his ear. Did you see that?
Hey,
he's the chosen one.
Hey, Kipp.
Yeah,
You need to send me that video. The
one I
Trump,
just put up.
no,
Yep.
the Trump video with the no blood on his hands.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'll find it.
Yeah,
You
do
got
that.
it.
I think that would be a good one to show.
Yeah.
You got
I
it.
think we've all enjoyed that. I mirrored that on my channel, but I think it's appropriate because we're going to have a fake election in 2 weeks.
Yeah, something like that. Let me add something now that we mentioned election. Don't
Uh-oh.
be surprised at anything that happens between now and January 20th because it's going to be a roller
Amen.
coaster ride. So whatever happens, don't be surprised at it.
I ain't.
We could spend a couple hours talking about the different possibilities that might happen between now and then. You know.
Yeah.
All right.
I kind of been thinking there might not even be an election. I mean, I'm legitimately leaning that way, that I think they're going to try their hardest to not have an election.
I'm pretty curious of what's going to happen.
Yeah, I don't know either. It's just my thinking.
I think there'll be an election, but it may take a lot of turns between now and then.
Okay, we're going to echo here for a second. Give me a second.
Did you got that link, Michelle? I just dropped it.
Yeah. I was going in.
Pretty sure that's the right
Going
one.
in.
All
right. So,
If I wish my computer was working.
Brian, get your butt up here. He's like, I'll drop out. No, don't drop out, Brian. You're permanently on my panel, brother.
And you haven't said anything yet today,
No,
so we're
he was
waiting
like, I'll
for
drop
you.
out to get anybody up here.
No.
Brian, get your butt up here. If you
Yeah.
want to, anyway. I don't want to force you to do anything you don't want to.
He does
But-
have 5 kids, just for the record.
He does, but
Yeah.
he's always dedicated to this live. Always. He's always
Yeah.
been totally there. So
There all the time, yeah.
So,
I get the feeling Brian's able to multitask like way better than I am.
yeah. He's a
I could never, if I'm on a stream, I can't focus on this and like cook dinner and change diapers at the same time, you know?
All I could think of when I saw all this stuff going on with Trump's ear tea was you.
I bet you could. I was like, "There's no way." The first moment I saw that thing, I was like, "You're kidding me, right?" This continuous bleeding. You know what I mean? And I'm sorry, it didn't look right.
So here we go.
All right.
It's just mind-numbing, gang. I can't make this up. Trump speaks for the first time after he heroically survived his assassination attempt. And after battling that fine line between life and death, he gets up here and he just flat out tells the truth.
Right. And was ready to begin a little bit further turn, which I'm very lucky I didn't do. When I heard a loud whizzing sound,
I guess when you're perfect in every way, you have perfect hearing and you can hear the whizzing of the bullets as they fly by your ear. Amazing.
when I heard a loud whizzing sound and felt something hit me really, really hard on my right ear. I said to myself,
I says,
wow, what was that? It can only be a bullet. And moved my right
Give me a
hand to my
break.
ear, brought it down. My hand was covered with blood. My hand was covered with blood. My hand was covered with blood. Just absolutely blood all over the place. I immediately knew it was very serious, that we were under attack. And
Hey,
then one
Michelle, pause
movement
it real quick.
proceeded to drop
Hey, in the chat, if you think that he's going to be elected, put a 1. If you think he's not, put a 2. Just so people, because that's coming up. I think it's going to be some crazy stuff. Like Dub said that earlier, that this election's going to be, something's going to happen that's wild.
Something's gonna
I
break.
think they're gonna. I think they're gonna put him in, and then someone's gonna shoot him, and then
Yeah.
Kamala is gonna take over.
And
No, I think no, because if they vote him in, it's going to be his vice president that takes over.
When,
If he
Oh
gets,
yeah. That
I'll
ain't,
still
yeah, that
vote
wouldn't
him
So we
work.
there.
got
If he-
one
Who-
too that thinks he won't get elected. He might
Put
get
a 0.
assassinated. We've talked about this, and another one, number 2.
Put a
There's a
0 if
couple
you think
twos in
no
here.
election. Look, put a 0 if you think
Me,
no election.
I
Yeah.
think it's all planned. Okay,
Of
personally.
course, yeah, we
Yeah,
agree.
and Trump is going to be elected. They got him in, and basically he footballed the vaccine. It made it to where it was faster. Lots of lies came out. Yeah, on the front end, a good cop, he does what's right in the people's eyes, but on the back end, he does bad. The bad cop does stuff bad on people's eyes, and it doesn't matter on the back end because everything's done on the front end. I'd
Yeah.
rather have, it really truthfully, I think that he's going to be president, and then something major is going to happen, and he's going to, and the people with the guns are going, yeah, well, let's stand behind Trump and let's go that way, and then it's going to be all not
Well,
good.
that's what me and Lisa have been saying. Me and Lisa's general thought about this whole thing is they like to do the up and down roller coaster ride. So it's the Republicans' turn. Period. Otherwise, it's just gonna be another. They can't do that anymore.
it's
Like,
nobody's turn, Republican or Democrat.
well, according to the media.
Yeah.
No, I'm
It
not.
does seem
Media,
to.
I don't listen to media.
Well,
It does seem to roller coaster like that throughout history. It seems
it
like
does.
I hear what you're saying, but I just want to interject real quick, and I'm not going to preach, Michelle, I promise. But man, just don't be fearful and don't get caught up in all of it. And I think it's serious times, but I think most importantly, everybody just go look in the mirror and make sure that you got your house in order, and make sure that forgive people if they need forgiveness, and ask forgiveness if you need to ask forgiveness. Own all of your, but get right with Jesus. I guess that's just kind of the right way to say it. It's a good time to be right with whoever you believe in, and I
And
believe
buy
in
a
Jesus.
12-gauge
So
shotgun.
Sure sounds like
well,
preaching to me, buddy. Anyhow, go ahead.
okay, I'm done. I'm done preaching. I'm sorry for
Guilty.
anyone out there.
Guilty.
That's my own. I have a biblical worldview, so that's just me. So
Amen.
I'm sorry.
Amen.
Me too, brother. Me too.
Amen. I 100% agree with you, Kipp. 100%. Get good with God, because I'm telling you, shit's gonna hit the fan. Oop, did I say shit?
Yep.
Oh my God.
T passes out Bibles in Las Vegas.
Hey.
No,
Do you?
Yeah, I do. I'm
Oh,
that
right
guy.
on.
Yeah, man. But
I was gonna send him some, but I only have like 3 of them.
I don't know if I don't know if we met, but I know looking through Michelle's old live streams that she's been doing this for a while, and I realized Daryl was an old head. He's been coming on for a long time, and I imagine you have too. So, but I've not seen your channel yet. So good to meet you.
well, yeah, you might have. You must be a
Okay.
different Kipp than the one that
I probably have.
I had on my show. It was targeted individual university. I had 1,000 names.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's not me.
Yeah. All right.
Yeah, that was a different guy.
Let me explain real quick who T is. He was part of the Las Vegas community. To call it a hoax, that's where I met him, just so you guys know.
Yeah, he was
Right
one
on.
of us. One of us first.
I mean,
first 4.
Anyway, let's continue with this. It's almost over. Real quick.
To the ground. Bullets were continuing to fly.
It's just amazing that even when these people are caught red-handed, or in this case, with no red hand, they just double down on the lies. They know people are so detached from reality that they will believe anything the media says, and they'll justify it away regardless of all the facts looking them right in the face. It's just mind-numbing. Love you guys.
My hand was covered with blood. My hand was covered with blood. My hand was covered with blood.
Your hands are covered in blood, that's for sure.
You guys know where that saying came from? Caught red-handed. Do you know where that originated from?
No.
I've
Back
heard
in-
this, but I don't recall. I have heard this though.
It's from back before we had a Constitution and all that stuff. It was when we were our founding fathers and all that. And back, if someone was stealing on your property, you could shoot them. And that's and a lot of people that got shot would, like in the chest, would go like this and feel it, and they would get blood on their hands. They got caught red-handed.
Okay.
You know, that should come back. Actually, there would be a lot
Amen.
there would be a lot less thievery and a lot, less court wasting time and everything like that. Just, oh well, you messed up.
Common law.
Common law, yeah. I think that's
Yep.
what it is.
Nature's law, God's law, the way it should be, the way it was, and the way it always will be. But they covered it up with all their written law on top of it.
Yeah.
It's so twisted and backwards now that even law-abiding citizens, you could go out there and see something happening and pull out your piece and, take care of business and save a dozen lives in the process, but still end up in prison.
Yeah.
Absolutely, yeah.
Yeah, it's just crazy.
Well, you can end up in prison if you go to Iraq and serve your country for a year, and then have the VA declare you incompetent, and you go hire an attorney to defend you, and he screws you over. There's a lot of ways to end up in prison.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Real quick, Monica says, my hubby and I love him, and I love him. Still think sports events are real, and I keep telling him it is all a show and scripted. Absolutely.
Yeah. See, what I was thinking with Trump, that he, his court cases were winning him supports. You know what I mean? That's what people are going to find out. It was all a show. The court cases were too, and gaining support because he lost a lot of support because of his vaccine stance and his, So how are we going to do it? Oh well, if he must be the guy that the establishment doesn't want if they're trying to arrest him. You know what I mean? So they went down 4 court cases. Was it 5? I don't even know. I lost count. I stopped looking.
You know what I find funny?
Yeah.
None of the candidates, Harris or Trump, or none of them are talking about the new DOD 50-24-1 initiative that they just signed 3 weeks ago that allows them to fire upon the federal military to fire upon civilians with lethal force.
And it be legal.
3 weeks ago.
Yeah.
Yep.
And nobody is talking about it except
Oh,
YouTube.
that reminds me. Oh wait, stop right there, guys. Stop right there. I got something to show you.
I'm stopping.
Just stop right there.
I freeze. I froze.
I froze it.
Hold on. Give me a second. I'm going to show you. I'm going to show you guys.
Go ahead.
I'm going to show you guys this. Give me a second. From Shaking My Head Productions. It's a 2-minute clip. Find it real quick.
Napoleon, Alexander the Great, Donald Trump, we're all cut from the same cloth.
Following a disputed election and a tie vote, The U.S. Congress installs the most unpopular president in U.S. history as David Jefferson Adams becomes the 44th President of the United States. Shortly after the election, increased unrest, rioting, and a growing number of militias have given rise to ever-increasing domestic terrorism. In response, the President invokes the Homeland Security Act and declares martial law on the West Coast and other areas of the country. Though highly contested, a Supreme Court ruling sidesteps the electoral process, disqualifying popular presidential candidates from several states. Public outrage explodes when a sham election leads to incumbent David Adams accepting a second term in office. During the 57th Inauguration Day ceremonies, Washington, D.C. is struck by a low-yield nuclear weapon, killing David Adams and most of the U.S. colonies. The destruction of Washington, D.C. effectively breaks the chain of succession, sending the nation into chaos. In an emergency vote,
Hey, Michelle,
the
pause it
European
real quick.
Union deploys
If you don't mind.
peacekeepers in the...
Hey, I'm parked. I'm gonna go in the chat and listen. I'm like really tired, but I'll be on here for a while. I'll be in the chat, okay? So if you want to have some else on. Okay, love you guys. I'll be in the chat, okay?
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
That's
All
it,
right.
Chuck.
Be safe,
Love you,
Chuck.
All right. God bless. Later. Bye.
Greater D.C. area to secure international interests. With separatist sentiment rising, California's governor declares home rule and secedes from the Union. Texas follows quickly and declares sovereignty, taking neighboring states with them and forming the Republic of Texas. Now, the once United States of America lie in ruin. The time for words has passed, and a second American Civil War now erupts as 7 factions wage war across the land. They battle one another to reclaim a nation, to restore peace, to rebuild this shattered union.
Coming
Well,
soon to a theater near you.
well, it's not fear mongering. I'm just telling you guys. I thought
That's totally what's going to happen. They have everybody so angry at each other. I don't see any other way around it.
I mean,
Especially when they turn off the electricity.
Real quick, Brian, if you're still watching, please come back on my panel. I would appreciate it if you want to. If you're busy, I get it. But yeah, please come back.
It's at least a very likely scenario. I mean, it's very likely.
It looked like it was produced by the same people that did what was that? The COVID-19 thing.
Are you talking about the Jesus thing, the one with Obama at the beginning and George Bush turning into Obama,
or a Contagion?
No, the one that they did as like a pre-scripted event. It reminded me of the news people on that. What was it called? Come on,
Event 201.
Yeah, Event 201. That's what
Event
it reminded
201.
me.
Yeah, that was back. That was
Reminded me of a
absolutely
cartoon version of the news. Yeah, that's what it reminded me. It's like, where did that come from? Besides him?
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know.
Probably just him.
He made it. Well, it kind of reminded me.
I'm assuming
that Event 201 thing, man. I had a lot of footage and information about that on my other channel before it got scrubbed. Yeah,
well, join the
that's
club.
something to look at. Yeah. Right.
Oh yeah, how many channels did you lose, T?
In one moment, or
no.
Total
Altogether.
26 in one
23?
moment.
23 and T. Oh, 26.
Yeah, 26, 13 in one moment. Yeah.
Hey, while we're waiting here, I got a question. So the Vegas thing, man, that was like, that was the first one. I could not rest over that. I had so many questions. And I just remember initially hearing all like I just couldn't put two and two together because I started hearing them when they first started saying lone gunman, and I was listening and like, there's no way. There are so many different calibers. There's semi-automatics. There's
Well,
different. I mean, there's different caliber of weapons
it
being fired.
sounded like there were different calibers,
Right.
but if you listen to a what is it called, what do they call those things?
LRAD.
LRAD. If you listen to a LRAD in different angles, it sounds different.
Mm-hmm.
Some sound
Well,
deep.
Okay, good point.
Some sound
that's a good point.
far away.
Well, if you have them pointed in different directions, you know what I'm saying? Because it's a speaker, basically, correct?
Right. Sounds differently in different directions.
It's a focused speaker, like a laser.
My first comment was the sound was simulated, not real gunfire.
I agree with
Okay,
Dub.
so Dub, do you remember? So well, we talked about it. The cabbie girl, the female that she was videoing. Do you think that legitimately, even though I mean, of course, like she was part of it, in my opinion, I think that fully.
Absolutely.
I think that the sound was coming actually from a speaker in her trunk.
That's
one of them.
The really loud sound, yeah, because you hear some background sound, and then you hear some real loud sound. The real loud sound was coming from within her car. Yeah.
I remember doing videos on it. I found an armored SWAT vehicle right in front of the Mandalay Bay at the very front entrance that had an LRAD inside. Remember? I don't know if you guys remember that.
Wow.
I showed a video where they showed the inside of the SWAT van and there was an LRAD strapped to the side of it, inside of it.
Well,
and
if you remember the last volume cratered during the supposed volume because it started off and then it just kind of went away, which was an indication that whatever method they were using to broadcast that sound, the device quit on them. So,
well, LVMPD, they purchased some handheld ones, LRADs.
Yeah.
That year. So with that being said, I mean, it's kind of obvious that
like 13 of them.
Yeah, it was not a small amount. Why would they need small handheld LRADs for any reason? Oh, for a drill. That's what this turned out to be, a MacTac training drill gone live, like they were gonna fool everybody with it. People were wearing things that they don't normally wear, like the medical staff. They had a body armor that they do not wear. I've asked all kinds of medical professionals, people in the ambulances. They do not wear body armor for any reason whatsoever. But they were wearing body armor.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah, they don't wear body armor.
They did a lot of generic videos. I mean, they pushed all the body cams, like 1,000 body cams, all in one push, because everybody was screaming, "Where's the body cams?" And they were just the most fakest, nothing burgers.
It was like, wasn't it like 1,500 total?
1,160.
1,160. Yeah, I watched every one of them.
Yep.
And then what about then you had all of the other shootings at other casinos and videos from inside those casinos of people recording like gunfire, and you had the shootings in the casino where they came into the vault and they took all the cameras out, or all the footage.
Well, they never had any footage from the casinos.
Yeah,
that was just hearsay. What you hear is what you see. You had videos of people talking about it in the aftermath, and all
Exactly.
actuality, there was no footage of the gunman or any footage of anything at all.
It's what you
Most we
don't
had
see.
was area people running down the street, running away from some guy on Aria or whatever you want to call that. Go ahead.
All part of the narrative.
I mean, and that was the other thing is like, I was just like, how in a town, the town with more cameras than any town in the world, probably.
Yeah.
There's a town, they probably have cameras in every bathroom in Vegas. How could they not know step by step everything? There should be no questions.
Exactly.
There was too many questions.
See, that was my biggest. I don't care what anybody says. It's always you have to see. You always have to think who's behind the camera taking anything, and there was no camera footage, and that was my biggest bitch about the Vegas shooting. Was that
mine too?
They had no camera footage, and that's when I was like, that's when you got to start questioning. Okay, they have cameras everywhere in the United States, on every corner, on every intersection, on everywhere you go. But Vegas, and just so you guys know, TIU lives in Vegas. So, I mean,
Yeah, it was easy to go down there and look.
But I'm telling you, in a casino, they know your face. They know your face recognition. They know every nook and cranny.
And even when you're playing slot machines, there's cameras in the slot machine recording you. They're everywhere.
Everywhere.
Yeah.
My biggest bitch was my biggest bitch was the fence, the white fence that they were shot next to. There was no debris on the white fence.
Wow.
None.
At all. None. It was as clean as a whistle or silver fence in the daylight, but it looked like what? It's white.
Yeah.
And there's no.
When that happened, did you go down like shortly after? Were you there? And
I was investigating day one. Actually, the next day I fell asleep. I was like, "Oh, 3 shot at Mandeville." Oh, sure, okay. I went to sleep. I mean, it was I had to get up in the morning. But after that, I was all over that place looking, and from what I seen, there's no bullet holes anywhere except for one hole shot from the ground. But people said it was shot from the air. No, it was shot from the ground. It was a dent, and there was the bullets that were shot those tankers. Supposedly he was trying to blow up the tankers. Right? That was shot from the ground as well. So
hold on, let me just say this because I'm watching the chat. Okay, so I want to give you the definition. People don't understand what a false flag is or what a hoax is.
Good show.
Okay, so I have to address this. Okay, a false flag would be North Carolina of the Helene hurricane that happened in North Carolina. People died. People actually died. That's a false flag. That's when the government moves in and they wipe people out and people actually die. In a hoax, like the mass shooting in Las Vegas was a hoax, nobody dies. So there's a total difference. Not everything is a false flag. There is a big difference. Most wars, like in Israel, when you can actually account for when people die, that would be a false flag, because soldiers die going to fight for the country or whatever. But when they wipe out a city, I'm not talking about Maui because I'm not convinced about Maui or 9/11. I'm telling you, in North Carolina, in Asheville, that is a false flag. They kill people and they don't give a crap.
Very good illustration. Very good.
Yeah, that's a good explanation. Michelle, are there sometimes psyops within false flags though? Will they take that opportunity to run psyops?
You cannot have fake. You can.
Okay.
I guess you could have fake because, okay, the way I could explain it, okay, you can't mix fake and real, okay, but if it's a false flag, you can, because you have all these channels coming out and going, all these big channels like in North Carolina, they're like, oh, we're going to show you what happened with the destruction, and they're going to go around, but they're not sitting there questioning why there was so much water. It was no rain. It was no hurricane. You know, pretty much the dams had been broken, destroyed to bring down that much water. You don't have a hurricane that hits landfall that goes on for 500 miles beyond. Okay, never.
Good point.
Okay, and you're talking over 500 miles. So that's obviously weather warfare. You know, that's obviously they're manipulating the weather.
They can feed it. They feed it fuel.
But they've also contributed whatever they did to open up the floodgates.
Yeah.
So you have to sit there and think, and many people perished in North Carolina. That's a false flag because it was not true to the way it happened.
It wasn't just
and people actually died.
Yeah.
Well, they've since the 50s have had the ability, or the 60s, I forget which one. They've had the ability to damper hurricanes, and they haven't done it. They haven't dampered anything. They've let it, at the very minimum, go on. You see, they've been in weather warfare for a long time. Most people don't understand that.
Probably for
You know, yeah.
you
know how they damper them. They let them lead their natural course.
No, they had a way to steer it and stop them.
They can sprinkle,
like putting a high system in front of it, or whatever it was.
It was actually in the 60s, I think. I did a video not too long ago of it, and actually I saw later Chuck did a video in a roundabout way, but it was called Project Storm Fury in the 60s. That's when they started really messing with trying to, they said they were trying to lessen the effects, but basically they were messing with Mother Nature with these hurricanes. And then they the first flight that went in to actually try and affect and reduce the effects of a hurricane was called Project Cirrus. But yeah, that was in the 60s.
Yeah, they were doing Ho Chi Minh Trail, cloud seeding and all that.
For
the
sure.
rain, like 40 days or whatever it was.
That first Texas shooting that you were just playing earlier, Michelle, that was, if that was the first nationalized public on the media mass shooting, they did it and they were like, oh,
it worked.
Hey, yeah,
yeah. Let's go for it.
It's just, I mean, that's what I got from that, and then, or the Orson Welles thing. Just out of the blue, somebody's going to come on the radio and say, "Oh, there's an alien invasion," blah 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 blah, and people die, like hundreds of people die. They were like, oh, "Okay, well, in about 30 or 40 more years, we'll make another Alex Jones or something like that." Just like Orson Welles, somebody that goes on and causes mass panic.
And when you have so many of them, people just forget about the one. I mean, like, who talks about Lahaina right now, and who really is even talking about North Carolina? They're going to be forgotten before long. It won't take long because there are so many of these events. It's just one after another, and we're desensitized. And like, I think about Lahaina, but not like I did when it first happened.
I just saw a video
I've been
2 days
black
ago. 2 days ago, I saw a video that some guy that I was watching back when it happened, he put up, and it was about some poor person that finally got their house rebuilt, and they were moving in and it was 2 days ago.
Wow.
Wow.
Well, yeah. that was the main guy. He was the main interviewer. He's the main researcher. what was his channel on Lahaina?
Lahaina real estate or something.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, he's a total Mason.
Yeah, he.
Oh really?
Oh
Oh,
yeah.
100%, 100%.
Oh,
100.
What did I miss?
I've got. You missed
I
a
guess
lot because he was in the middle of everything. He was
Yeah.
showing videos. There's blue everywhere. I mean, he's in the middle of all of it, and
Yeah,
he's
he
the
was
only one people were
interviewing
showing.
everybody. He would. Yeah, he would. I mean, yeah.
And
Anybody big. Let me
he got
tell you
fired.
this.
He lost his job over it.
Oh, whatever.
No, he didn't.
Yeah, that's what he said. I don't know.
Oh yeah, no, you don't believe that shit. Let me tell you that I've noticed on North Carolina, and I hate to be all taking over, but I have to say this. It's what my thought process is. In North Carolina, I have been watching videos after videos, and when you've got 42,000 subs and you're doing a North Carolina video in Asheville, I'm like, bullshit. It's bullshit. None of them sit there and go, hey, we have to question how 14 inches of rain could cause all this. Nobody, they're just showing you the land and showing you the destruction, but they're not questioning their narrative. That's when you know that you have to sit there and go, I don't think so.
Well, that's a good point. The one guy that Go ahead, Dub. I'll say it. Go ahead, Dub.
I just said Michelle's on top of it because she sees those things. I mean, quick. That it's hard to see.
I've watched so many channels from North Carolina because I really care. It is such a big deal and nobody's talking about it. But then you got all these channels that have 100,000 subscribers. I'm like, I want to see the channels that have 2 subscribers talking about this shit. I want to see the ones coming out on their cell phone going, please help me. Or this is what's really actually happening. That's why we had Ann on our show last week, because we had to get the truth from her. And I'm telling you, I have no question what Ann said. I don't question anything that she said because she was there.
Very genuine. Very genuine.
Very.
They'll show you all the destruction, and there's plenty of it to show.
Yeah,
there's a lot of destruction.
But you're not questioning the narrative. You're not questioning how it happened. You're just going along going, oh, these poor people passed away and floated down the river. No, there's a hell of a lot more, and excuse my French, that happened that we're not seeing. And of course, YouTube or nobody else, no social media is going to show it. I want to see that person come on, and I want to see it on YouTube that has 2 subscribers or 5 or 10 and say, hey, this is what is actually happening, because that's not what is the truth.
You know what? We've been watching those too. Lisa's been playing them constantly and over and over. And we'll after a video, you can look below it, and there's other recommended videos that are similar, whatever. We've been looking, and I haven't really noticed if any of them are huge channels, but I actually haven't heard any of them talking about any weather manipulation.
No,
which is weird.
None of them. None of them. They're all paid,
even the small ones. But
well,
I've seen.
How do you get that much water on the top of a mountain?
It was a. I think they opened, or I don't know if they opened.
They
had to.
Water.
They opened the dams.
They opened the dams, or they destroyed them.
They waited until it was 9 feet above flood level and then opened the dams.
I have not been able to find any dam that was above that area.
There was 3.
Well, and said there were a couple.
There's 3 dams
from her.
What's the elevation of them?
I don't know.
It goes all the way up to that Chimney Rock is the highest one.
The
Lake Lure.
Lake Lure is below Chimney Rock.
Well, That's one of the high. That's one of the highest dams. There's
Yeah,
and then there. I think there's one more
there's one
major.
higher. There's one at 11.
Yeah, it's huge. It's a big dam. It has
1,000.
like 11 gates on it.
It's 1,800 feet. Lake
Yeah,
Lure is 1,100 feet.
And why would you have? Just my question: why would you have any dams on a mountain? The mountain is made for the water to run down.
yeah.
Why would you have dams stopping that? That doesn't make any sense.
Plausible deniability.
There you go. And what I'm saying, this is all pre-planned bullshit to destroy and to do a land grab. I mean, that's just my opinion. I'm just saying how I feel. But, nothing is being shown. Yeah, we see the destruction, but these big channels, I'm so tired of looking at channels that have a bunch of subscribers. I'm like, no, I don't care if you were doing nature videos previous. You already have 50,000 subscribers and you're not saying shit.
I saw. You know what I saw that was
the
sickening? I saw something that was, well, it wasn't sickening, but it was disturbing a little bit. I sure wouldn't do it. There was some guys that were river walking with metal detectors, like looking for gold and treasure and stuff, and they got ran off by the cops.
They should.
Yeah, yeah. The going around looking for people's jewelry and whatever. I don't know what they were looking for, but they were.
That's what they were looking for.
Hey, Michelle, do you remember that you're talking about that? And I was watching that same guy, that Honeycut guy,
Yeah.
who he did the video of the lady you showed of the one at the beginning of the one live stream.
Right.
It's just funny because he lives in Asheville.
Yeah.
And he had a channel before, and it's a paragliding channel.
Yep.
And now he's doing all these things. And I was watching a video where he was going down and interviewing people.
Yeah.
And he's not asking about the walls of water. He in my opinion, like at the end of it, I'm gonna try and make it short, but it feels like he's trying to minimize and he's pushing a narrative. Like he asked one of the workers, what about the smell? Have you smelled anything? Nope. Have you seen any dead bodies? No, we haven't seen any dead bodies. What about looting? Oh, there ain't no one loot. Those are the questions he's asking. He's not asking anything. And his channel has blown up.
Right.
And he just so happens to live there in Asheville.
Yeah.
I just think that's too ironic.
Yep. And that's why when Ham's been around for years. And I'm telling you, that's why I had her on last week, because we were so worried about her. And I was like, I need someone to tell us what's going on. She's been there. She knows it. She's lived it. And yeah, I love you, Ann. And many prayers to you and your community, your family. Prayers go out to you. And she's in our chat right now. What I'm telling you, I'm going to believe her 100% over any of these channels. 100%.
Absolutely.
100%.
Yep. You know what all this reminds me of and makes me think and feel like I should tell everybody to think the same way. Where you live in your area, like if it's Vegas or Texas or Arizona, what's your most vulnerable thing that could happen to you? Like no water. Water's gone.
Well, and
Or
I've always, we've talked about this in the past. We have to be the news. We can't go on and sit there and depend on everybody else. If something happens locally, we have to be the ones to step up. We have to be the ones to present the news. We have to be the ones to show what the heck is going on. I had another person that kind of like attacked us from last week's live and said, oh, you were saying nothing happened in Florida and you were just making it all light, and just being just nasty. And I was like, then show us some videos. If you're going to present what you're having to say, present it. Show us some videos. Come on. I don't want to even have her on my live because I'm telling you, she's a drama queen.
Did you know her?
She's caused a lot of drama in the past.
Oh, okay.
Amen.
I just wondered if
Yes.
she appeared after you got deleted
I'm
2
not
weeks
going
ago.
to say I'm not going to say any names, but I'm going to tell you. She sat there and she said Sarasota is gone. It's gone. It's flattened. It's gone. And I went back and looked, and it's not gone.
Oh, every live I saw on that, I watched the live cams of the Florida stuff. It was like
Exactly.
it was
Well,
a
there was
dud.
damage. I mean, there was flooding, and they've had
Yeah,
back-to-back
yeah.
flooding. There was damage, and
But
it
it
sucks.
wasn't
But it
nothing
wasn't.
near.
Was nothing like North Carolina had. North Carolina, Virginia, what's the other ones? Tennessee. They got hit so hard.
I lost power for 2 days.
Hey, Michelle, it wasn't even anything like even beyond that. It wasn't even what they were predicting it was going to be. It was far less of what they were expecting it to be.
They're
They had
just
hyped it up so much.
They're prepping everybody to get used to leaving their houses on command.
We live in Houston. Okay, Hurricane Beryl. We were on the supposedly the clean side of it, and we got hit on the dirty side of it. And we got a lot of rain and oh my gosh, a lot of destruction. We lost power for 5 days. 5. Okay, so almost a week. It's not easy, but you can do it. And we survived it in the middle of summer. But I'm just saying, tell the truth. Tell it like it is. That's why I had Ann on here. I have no question that she wasn't telling the truth. She was like, she's lived there for many, many years. She's been around our community. I get it. But don't come on and start, saying that, oh my God, Florida, you're saying Florida. The live wasn't about Florida. It was about Helene.
Yes.
It was about Tennessee, not Tennessee.
Yeah.
It was about Asheville. And that's what we were focusing on. And, I just thought it was a distraction. And I still, to this day, believe it was a distraction to take away from North Carolina.
Yes.
I agree. And Michelle, when something was said, there was something that was said about, about Florida and nothing happened. I mean, anyone knows like that especially that has been watching your channel long enough, you were not insinuating that there was nothing that happened, but what you were, it was that extreme statement, and I got it, and I think everyone else got it too. It was almost sarcastic. Of course, something happened, but it wasn't near the level, nothing compared to what they said it was going to be. And I think that person knew that too.
Well, that person should know that Sarasota, Florida was not gone. It received some damage, but very little compared to what could have been, what they said it was going to be. Very little damage.
And let me say this. I know it sounds like I'm yelling and I'm very loud. Sorry, guys. I'm very passionate.
You're yelling at us. Come on.
when I listen back, when I ever listen back on my lives to check shit out, I'm like, gosh, I'm yelling. So I'm so sorry.
You're good. You're not yelling.
It's just
what? I can't hear you.
What? I do apologize for that, but I'm very loud. I do apologize. But I'm just telling you guys, I want truth. I don't want fiction. I don't want somebody to sit there and tell me, how dare you say nothing happened in Florida? And I was like, I went off the news, and I do not follow the news, but I was very passionate about it. I was very worried about Florida because I got duped.
Yeah.
Let me tell you.
Right.
Let me tell you. Yeah, of course they're not going to tell you exactly how bad it is, or they're not going to tell you how good it is. But don't slash me
Yeah.
for
Tell T about how your channel got taken down.
yeah, it got taken down because I was doing a live on Helene, and you know, I'm still here, of course, but it got taken down because I got a big huge copyright, and he said take her down.
All at once.
Yep,
Yeah.
my whole channel. I
3
didn't,
strikes and you're out.
no, they wiped me out, and I was gone for like 2 days, and I kind of fought it, not really fought it. I just emailed the guy, and I said, look, you just took out my channel that I've been working on for years, trying to get out the truth. I wasn't even trying to talk him into getting my channel back, but I sent him the YouTube email and everything, and he was like, I'm going to go ahead and take away this strike, but don't ever copy my content again. And I was like, what an asshole.
And it was drone footage of
Yeah,
the flood.
it was drone footage. So you know what? He's not.
Well, that's nice.
Huh?
Yeah, I was wondering when they were going to get around to you. Yeah, I mean, personally. I mean, this
Right?
your
Yeah, that's
original,
good
this
point.
your original freaking channel. I'm kind of actually jealous of you, sucker. You get your channel back. How do you do that? You know,
Right? I've never seen that happen, right?
I've been hanging
never.
I'm the only one here that's never been taken down involuntarily.
I'm 26 channels in.
I made all kinds
lost.
of videos and I took all my stuff down on purpose.
let me tell you, I wasn't ready to fight. I've never fought. I had many strikes for many years, I was just hanging by a thread, and I was just like, there was one time I took all my videos down, all my biggest videos I deleted.
I remember that.
Yeah,
I
do
deleted,
too.
and I started back up day one. But let me tell you, I ain't scared anymore. You know what? You want to take me down? Take me down, and
Badge of honor.
I'm going to go ahead and go start again, like we all have done. But you know,
We're gonna get you we're gonna have to make up a 23 coat like they got on Saturday night. 23 times taken down coat.
3 times.
Michelle, before we leave this topic, I do want to interject one thing about the North Carolina topic when you get a second.
Yes.
Yeah, so I just think like the first video you showed on that live, that lady, she mentioned about how there never used to be sand, and there was all the sand and all the minerals, right? She started talking about the lithium. So that was where I was listening, I was like, huh, you know, and I've really started looking into that, and other people have too, like Brian, and when he did the when the levee breaks video, definitely he's all over it. If you watch that video about mineral rights. And so I've been watching other channels, and you can actually own a home and not own the mineral rights on the land.
Yes.
And so these people a lot of times will not buy mineral rights. They don't even know what mineral rights are. And so I just think it's all tied in. Like, I think potentially that they blew the dams. They also blew the mines, because when you blow the mines, then all that water comes through and flushes everything out of those mines up to the surface. So it's a win-win, and everything's contaminated. People can't afford to rebuild. You know, I think it's about minerals and mineral rights, personally.
Well, they also, you know what else I noticed? All the videos I've been watching, it's insane the damage that happened to even the railroad tracks.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's like they're willing to, if they're doing that, they're willing to damage the whole infrastructure and flood all the mines, wash away all the, like, miles and miles of tracks. So they'd have to, like, it would have to be barren for them to come back.
But Danny,
all by design.
But think about this, Danny. They have so much money. Money is not an issue for them.
And time.
No, they have. It's endless for them. Endless. So they're not worried about money. If they're going to destroy something, they
Keep
don't.
an eye on those railroad tracks and see how fast
Yeah.
they rebuild those.
Oh, they will.
Oh,
That
they
will
won't.
be the first thing.
Yeah, they won't rebuild all the roads though. But the other thing is
No,
this:
the
that
railroad tracks, the train tracks.
absolutely they will. They'll rebuild those. But
Those
the
will
other
be,
thing is
but they'll
this:
fix those before everybody's got power.
Yeah.
but people since the economy has changed and housing is worth land is worth so much more than it was pre-COVID. People are so uninsured they don't even realize it. They don't have enough to rebuild, so they can't rebuild where they're at. You're going to
Insurance
see
is a
this
scam.
happening.
Insurance
Yeah,
sucks.
yeah, people are uninsured, so in that area as well.
Everybody's
So
everybody's uninsured. Every
under.
time I've went to use insurance for anything, it's ridiculous, and I'm like, what do I even pay this?
Hold
What I
on.
meant, right?
Hold
I
that
meant to
thought,
say
guys.
under. I meant to say underinsured. Sorry.
Yeah,
Hold
okay.
Hold that thought, guys. What, Dub?
If you living on that side of the mountain and you own the property and your house and the property is washed away, you no longer own that house, or if you had the mineral rights, also, it's non-existent now. So you can't claim land down below where you had yours.
Right.
So
So
it's gone.
so they're losing the mineral rights as well, potentially in this, Dub.
If your land's gone also,
Yeah,
and there's
I
a
mean-
lot of places your land is gone.
And if anybody thinks that they own their land, if they don't pay their
Yeah.
taxes or something happens, it's gone. It's gone. That's why you will lose everything and be happy. It's like, I mean, you'll own nothing. I'm sorry, I misspoke. But
Well,
you know,
the mines, those mines, I think are. I don't think those mines are like down in the valley at the bottom where the river is. They're more up in the sides of the mountains.
Yeah,
right.
They're up in the higher.
It doesn't
in the mountain.
matter. I think they
Yeah,
they
well, that's.
destroyed a lot of shit.
But like if you had a house up there, I don't know, unless you had a mudslide, or whatever. If your land slid away, and which I haven't seen. I've seen some of that, but not as much. The major damage was down in the bottom of the valley, and I've seen where the stream was only 6 feet wide. Now it's like 40 feet wide,
Yeah.
and it took away 30 feet of, it made a 30-foot cliff where it used to be just a nice little baseball field was gone. Like,
Right.
it's crazy.
Real
It's like a toilet flushing on you.
real quick, you guys know me. I'm sorry to interrupt. I wanted to say hello to William B. I know him. I know his daughter, and he's from New Mexico, and he lived in the same small town that I lived in. So I just wanted to tell him hello and hi, welcome. Anyway, go ahead.
Who's this?
I'm addressing the chat.
Oh, okay. I thought
Well,
someone
guys,
joined.
real quick, it was nice coming to your little birthday party here, Dub. I wish you many more, brother. I gotta go here shortly. Yeah.
Okay, T. Well, thank you.
Good,
for
good seeing you, buddy.
Yep.
We
Yeah,
appreciate
man.
you coming on.
Nice to meet
Yeah.
you, T.
Don't be a stranger. Love you guys.
All right.
Mm.
All right. Take care.
Bye.
God bless.
Wow.
So
So
anyway.
evidently, I was reading the chat. This doesn't have to do with anything, but except that Red Storm, they're fighting with the insurance right now. She said her husband he's a tractor driver. He drives a tractor trailer combo, and evidently rolled it, and he's okay, but they're fighting with the insurance. But how terrifying! He blew a front steer and rolled his rig. That's the worst case scenario.
Yeah.
Terrifying.
Yeah.
Yeah. Good luck fighting with the insurance guys.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. I think insurance and healthcare, everything, everything that they're offering us sucks, you know, and they're just making it worse with the elections and the politics and it's just in the media and I don't know how much more they could just squash. I feel like what's that? What's that guy that got his neck squashed? Uh,
Hadn't heard
the
of that.
black guy. The
Yeah.
black. Remember when the cops squished his neck with their knee?
Oh,
Yes.
Hold on.
George Floyd.
Floyd, yeah, Floyd.
Okay. Hold on. I'm gonna stop for a second because I have something a little bit more important. Little one. Betsy says, brethren, she says, I'm going in for an MRI tomorrow. I've been having bad headaches for years. Wow. Hold on, I have to scroll up. I have lumps and tumors in my neck, and my headaches are behind my left eye. Prayers are appreciated. God bless. Betsy, little one, I want to tell you, I'm praying for you. I think everybody needs to hear you, and we are praying for you. That's more important than any of this little chatter that we're going through. Not saying it's little chatter. I'm just saying I had to address that, guys. I love you, Betsy, and God bless you, sister. And I'm going to go ahead and pray for you, and many prayers coming your way. I just had to read that.
That's scary stuff. Scary stuff. We serve an amazing God, and for sure, be praying for you, little one. I hate to hear that. It's just, it's a hard world we live in.
And let me tell you, if you guys don't even believe in God, or if you don't believe that God is real, there might be some people on this channel. Let me tell you, the power of prayer, and I'm telling you, that's where you need to go. I'm just telling you, it's changed my life. And
I think we saw a lot of that with Ange.
Ange, she's proof. Your daughter's proof. There's so much that we have to really realize what the hell is going on. And I'm telling you guys, you got to have someone to hang on to. And I'm telling you, I believe in Jesus Christ. And I'm just saying, we got to hold on.
There sure is a lot of people. I have two friends right now, Joey and Chris, and they Joey's mom all of a sudden found out she had cancer, and it's bad. I guess it's like what do they call what do they call
Stage
the one
4?
It's in your blood. What's that called?
Leukemia.
Yeah, like bad, and like out of the like bloop, just out of the blue. And then my other buddy, his friend that he works with, his friend's wife found out she has cancer, and they're telling her that she's got like 4 months to live, and just found out. Like, went in because I don't know if it was a lump in the neck or whatever, something. But I'm hearing that a lot.
It's a hard world we live in, and
really
man, there's 100%. I'll just say this: there's actually not just power and faith in God, but there is power in the actual spoken word and the spoken name of Jesus.
There's
is power.
He is the word. He's the truth. He's the number one truth. And what people don't understand, not everybody here, I'm saying he is the number one truth. We are searching. We're on a journey for truth. And let me tell you, he is the number one truth. And if you don't believe and you don't understand and you don't know the gospel, there's only one gospel that we have to really understand, is that Jesus died on the cross for our sins and arose again on the third day, according to the scriptures. Let me tell you guys, that is the thing. And I'm telling you, what we're going through now, and I'm telling you, they create the cancer. and then they try to tell you they can try to cure the cancer. They are killing us one by one. Believe in Jesus Christ. That's it. And
Yeah.
it's changed my life. And I'm not trying to sit there and be like, oh, I'm just this and that. No, I'm telling you, that is the truth.
Oh, absolutely. And I don't know. Yeah. Other than
I'm praying for your friends, Danny. I'm telling you,
Yeah.
what's his name? What's his name?
Chris and Joey, yeah,
Chris and Joey. Let's all
they're old friends of mine that I went to high school with.
absolutely. And the power of prayer really does work, because I've seen Ange and I've seen Kipp's daughter, and I've seen a lot of things happen lately. I've been praying for my best friend Dub, and when he's hurting, and Ann, and I pray for everybody. I have customers that come in. They're like on dialysis, and they're coming in to get like a bottle of liquor, or just to take away the pain, and they can barely walk, and I'm just like looking at them, and
I
they
told
walk.
my buddy, that's funny. You know what? I told my friend Chris, his buddy that he works with, his wife. I said, tell her to take or at least research CBD. Marijuana, but not the psychoactive part. The CBD part has been shown to help people with cancer.
Right.
There's a lot of evidence that, I mean, there's been little kids that have been cured of cancer because of CBD oil. And I mentioned it, and he's like, he kind of got upset at me. Like, I'm not going to say that. And I was like, well, okay, I didn't say you had to, but you should.
Well,
I
let
don't
me
know.
let me tell you, I had a really good friend of mine. She had several kids in New Mexico. She had a very autistic boy that was around 12 years old. He had 100 seizures a day.
Oh, absolutely, yeah, and that cured it. I bet it cured it.
And they got on the CBD. They got, like, they went through. I mean, they were going across states to get him help, and no doctor could help him.
Do you know that CBD is still illegal in Nebraska? The CBD part, like the one that they've been selling that in Michigan for years.
Yeah, because it still contains THC, even at
No.
infinitely
There's no
small
TH.
levels.
No,
There,
I'm talking about CBD oil, and it's made from
there's.
hemp.
I
They grow.
think you'll be surprised that there still are very minute levels of THC in
No,
that,
you
and I
can
might
buy
be
them.
wrong.
You can get them with zero.
Okay, then yeah, I'm not calling you a liar. From
No,
my knowledge,
I
CBD
know
has
because I
THC in
bought
it.
some. I bought some, and I was afraid to get. I was afraid if I took some and it had THC in it, the VA would like kick me off of the VA thing, and I would lose my benefits. But they sell 0%, and then they sell some that says disclaimer: this could have as much as 0.001% of THC in it. I guess, the stuff I was buying was like $90 a bottle.
You're
And
right. You know what? I was thinking about that Delta 8, Delta 9 stuff. It's not CBD. That's the Delta 8 has THC in it.
yeah, and that only comes if you heat it up past 210 degrees.
But let me tell you, just to finish my story real quick, he was having 100 seizures a day. He was pissing his pants. He had to have 24-hour care, and they finally found the CBD to put him on a very high dosage, and it took him down to nothing. But he still had to have care. He's very autistic. But my goodness, I'm telling you, they went from state to state to state, to doctors, to, and finally found the right doctor that would approve that.
And did it lessen the seizures or stop them?
Oh yeah, it almost completely stopped him after
Yeah,
having
yeah,
100 days.
yeah. I've heard. Yeah, Lisa has had like 4 seizures. And it is so scary. And I that's why I was buying that CBD oil for her. And I was taking it and it was helping me sleep. I slept like a baby. But we couldn't afford the $90 bottles, you know?
Wow.
It's just
Yeah.
this little eyedropper bottle and and it was expensive.
Mm.
Yeah, right.
We had to stop taking it, but she hasn't. I don't know if it stopped her and cured her, but she hasn't had one since.
Well, that's what they do with anything that's medicinally beneficial or even beneficial to the world, like hemp and marijuana. That's why it's been so criminalized. Because honestly,
Yeah,
like right now, hemp is probably going to be hard to come around because hemp is a direct competitor against paper. I mean, against so many cotton.
plastics.
I mean,
Hey,
so many things.
did you guys hear
And
it? California's
THC.
banning plastic.
Yeah, right. But THC is also a big counter. It's a lot of medicinal health benefits, and where you might not have to get into taking pharma, which has all these side effects. So yeah, there's a reason it's been so criminalized and misunderstood for so many years.
But number one thing, let me tell you this: it's naturally grown.
Amen,
Naturally,
sister.
Yeah. It's a
naturally
plant
grown.
that God put here.
Yes, and that's the one thing that they want. You have to be careful, but there's so many people in my chat that are on board. They know what it's all about. I'm telling you, it's naturally, and I have no problem with that. If it's
Oh
going to
yeah.
help you, if it's going to make you feel better, and it's naturally grown, pharmaceuticals, we already know.
That's why I
Hmm.
started off by saying you should at least research it.
Yeah, absolutely.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
Yep.
because I've even I listened to I think it's called the podcast. The podcast. It's a look it up on YouTube. There's a
It's a
they
funny
bring
name.
on guys that grow marijuana strains that have and they'll say that they sell their stuff to cancer patients. Um,
Hmm.
they're not saying that it fixes it and gets rid of it or what. I don't know, but it seems like cancer and seizures and what is the other big one? Glaucoma and
But real quick, I want to address the
yeah.
chat. So I have a
Okay.
couple people. Joy says, see this from Dr. Eric Berg. I follow him. I watch all his stuff. And so I thank you so much for putting that out there because, I mean, he's a good guy. He's got a big channel, but he's totally 100% cool. He gives a lot of good information. Um, let me scroll down here. Amanda, she says I have to go. Y'all have a blessed night. Thank you, Amanda, for coming by and hanging out with us. Love you, girlfriend, and have a good week. Okay. Thank you for coming by. Anne says, and I already know the answer to this. She says, Dub, what is your favorite cartoon?
Mickey Mouse.
I don't know if I have one.
Got to be Bugs
I
Bunny.
Donald Duck.
no, I would have to say Roadrunner.
Roadrunner and Coyote. Beep beep.
Yep, that would be my favorite.
But Looney Tunes for sure, right? I mean,
Yeah, we all grew up watching
Yeah,
that.
I don't know. I'm not much of a cartoon guy, but I did enjoy the Roadrunner stuff.
Me and Lisa put that on every now and then and watch it. It's funny. They still play like a 6 hour video on YouTube of Looney Tunes. of the old ones, the good ones,
Yeah.
not the new ones. There's new ones that are stupid, but the old ones were funny. Like when the coyote had an anvil fall on his head because he put an umbrella on it, and
Yeah, but even when they play the old ones, they still don't play the original. Like when Yosemite Sam would go off on his cussing tangents, they still
yeah, they do.
edit
Yeah,
all that
on
stuff.
YouTube,
I
you
haven't
can
seen
find
it.
them.
Oh, okay, all right.
You can get them on YouTube.
I'm just not.
They did. They did though. They took away. I'm hunting wabbits. Elmer Fudd's gun.
Yep.
They got rid of that. And they were
What
shooting.
Wendy says, there's one Looney Tune on weather modification. I saw that, and I bet she's subbed to the same channel I am. I saw that the other day, and I actually was gonna mirror it.
Oh yeah, explain it.
Yeah, find it, Wendy, and I'll share it.
Yeah, they're going to start really censoring and suppressing anything on weather modification. I just get that feeling.
Do you guys
Like,
remember?
Well, yeah.
Do you guys
I
remember
really
the
feel
Bugs
it.
Bunny when Bugs Bunny had his, how he had a hole that he used to jump in, and then
Yeah.
they started building highways around him,
Right.
and he used the cement to make his pillar and sealed it off and put a steel safe, big steel lid on top, and then he came out and there was like 5,000 intersections around him, and
I remember that.
yeah, that's how I feel. Like I feel like even though we're in we got 5 acres, and I cannot see a house from my house anywhere, no matter where I look. But it's encroaching. I can hear it coming. They're building houses down the street from me, and they're and I
Right.
feel like Bugs Bunny and his little cement thing going. Oh my gosh,
Yeah.
it's encroaching.
I'm gonna go ahead and play a short clip from Brian.
Yeah.
I love this one, so it's short.
Do it.
You guys see it? Yeah, there it
Yep.
Yep, it's on.
Probably none of us will have a job. There will be, but in that benign scenario, there will be universal high income, not universal basic income, universal high income. There will be no shortage of goods or services. And I think the benign scenario is the most likely scenario, probably, 80% likely, if you ask, in my opinion. The question will not be one of lacking goods or services. You'll have, everyone will have access to as much in the way of goods and services as they would like. The question will really be one of meaning. Of how, if the computer can do, and the robots can do everything better than you, then what does your life have meaning?
Son of a son of a gun.
That's our government.
Son of a gun.
Son of a gun. You thought I was going to say son of a bitch, didn't you?
That's all, folks. Entire ecosystems are collapsing. We are in the beginning of a mass extinction, and all you can talk about is money and fairy tales of eternal economic growth. How dare you? This is all wrong. I shouldn't be up here.
It's Elon.
I should be back in school on the other side of the ocean. You have stolen my dreams and my childhood with your empty words. People are dying. Entire ecosystems are collapsing. We are in
Hey,
the
Michelle,
beginning
pause
of
that.
a
Pause it,
mass
please.
extinction.
Did you say that on
Is
purpose?
that Elon Musk in her
Yeah.
face.
Well,
Okay.
no, I
It's
was going to say, I heard someone else in a live stream say, I think that's his daughter.
No, that's
it's Elon.
Elon Musk and
Okay.
Greta mix.
Yeah. Yeah. That's
Oh, is it?
hysterical.
That picture right
Yeah.
there?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, too funny.
And all
Okay,
you
go
can
ahead.
talk
Sorry.
about is money and fairy tales of eternal economic growth. How dare you?
Was that one of Brian's videos?
Yeah, that was Brian's.
Yeah.
I love it. Man, he's been putting some good stuff out. That's funny.
I'm telling you.
Yep.
That's hysterical.
We still have 44 watching, which is I have your video up if you want to
Maybe
watch.
for sure. I mean, at least like the first 5 or 10 minutes, you can show as much as you want, but I think
Hey,
at least the first 4 or 5 minutes you'll really enjoy.
I'm going to jump out so that I can. I was last night and the night before. I've been listening to this guy that I just found, and he's talking about common law, and he supposedly lives up here in Michigan by me. And have you guys ever heard of Sovereign Soul?
Yeah, that's.
Yeah, the flat earther guy.
Oh no, I didn't know flat Earth. I just
Is he a sovereign citizen guy?
His name is Sovereign Soul. He's always on Jeranism and stuff, and
Oh yeah, no.
Yeah,
There you go.
no.
That's
Yeah.
all you had to say.
they're all fake.
Well, not what this guy. I don't know if this guy's. I don't know law. Come on.
I think Michigan is a common law state. I know Texas is a common law state.
Yeah, Michigan had Michigan had a probate court before they were even a state. And a probate court is to take care of people's assets.
Yeah.
Well, Danny, if you gotta go listen to him, listen to him.
Well, no, I was gonna just jump out so I could leave a link to him so you guys could listen to it. But if you don't want to, that's okay.
Well, we have Kipp's video, which I think is going to be a very good one if you want to hang out.
Yeah, go ahead.
If you want to leave that link, I'll check it out later.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I'll leave it like if I got time before we turn off the live stream.
But I haven't watched the whole video. I've watched just clips, but I think it's a good video. I think we all should there's 44 people here, so
yeah,
I don't want to
Kipp
turn anybody
does
away.
Some good stuff.
And we know he's a good editor.
And a lot of it is from that Al Smith charity dinner that they have where the Republicans and Democrats come together. And they've always sickened me, but personally, I've always thought a lot of times there's many truth told in jest. Like you can joke and ha ha ha, but it's not a joke, right? And I just think there's a lot of that ha ha moments that they're joking, quote unquote, but I think they're telling a lot of truth. And I don't know, man. I just like the whole thing's disgust me. But yeah, there's some highlights that I have on stuff like that.
That's definitely possible.
All right. Can you guys see my screen?
Yep.
All right. Here we go.
Question anything. It was amazing to see people would just kind of fall in line with the narrative.
Oh, man.
And I saw it in churches. I saw it everywhere I went. They would just, they lose their critical thinking skills. And they're like, well, the government must have my best interest at heart. They must. I'm just going to trust that they know what they're doing. Maybe it's just I belong to Jesus, but I don't put my trust in any government. I put my trust in Jesus. Because what I've learned more than anything is all governments, which are designed to control the people, they don't have our best interest ever. You have to understand that. It takes a while to learn that. They don't have our best interests in any way. But many people think they're just trying to take care of us. Oh, they're trying to take care of you, all right. And you know, the sad thing is, and this is what else I learned in the last 3 years, the churches, for the most part, not all of them, most of them are just missing in action. They're just fluffing it up. You know, how do I make you feel good? Come on in. God loves you. Do you feel better? Go home. Have a great week and come back next week. Bring your checkbook. You know, the churches are gone. You know, and I think also if the churches stood up for what was biblical, really stood up, I'm talking all the churches, if we all stood up for what was biblical.
Okay, I have to stop it there just real quick, guys.
Yep.
We are the church.
Amen.
Okay? We are the church. All of us are the
Amen.
church. And so I don't have to go every Sunday to church because you know what? I have church every day in my heart, in my spirit. We are the church. And that's all I had to say.
That's anywhere where two or more people gather.
I agree, Michelle. I agree totally. But I do, when I go to church, to a building with a bunch of people, and we have church in a building, I so enjoy that fellowship and that it's healing, you know, like it's hard to find a good group of people to meet like that, you know, but yeah, if the church would stand up, and we are way more and much stronger than what people realize, but we as the church are not standing up as a rule of thumb. And like Chuck was saying earlier, the hardest people to get to even believe flat earth or to even consider it are so-called Christians that are, you know, going to church.
That go to church. That's
Go
what
to
I'm
church.
saying. So we are the church. The Bible says that we are the bride. We are the church.
Amen.
So, and I just
Totally agree.
Yeah,
Totally.
I just had to say that. But anyway, let's continue on.
Amen.
Amen.
Biblical. The world wouldn't be where it is today, and we're in the end days. So this is kind of predicted, prophesied, and we're here now. We're in the last days, and we're just going to lift each other up, and we're going to encourage each other, and we're going to wait for our blessed hope, the return of Jesus to rapture the church, which is going to happen.
I am the chosen one.
Pure energy. Pure energy.
So somebody had to do it.
I am the chosen one.
I am the chosen one. Nobody's done a job like I've done. I'm wonderful for the USA. I am the chosen one.
For the record, I just want to be clear that when I'm calling out Trump and the fact that I don't trust him and he says these crazy, insane things, in no way, shape, or form am I suggesting that you go vote for someone on the other side, a Democrat, any of them. I'm saying I've lost faith in the system. If I was going to vote for anyone, I would vote conservative, but I don't trust any of them. And what I'm saying is, think before you vote. Maybe it really doesn't matter. That's just my position. It's your call, and no hard feelings either way. But no, I'm not saying go vote for Kamala or anyone else. So just wanted to throw that out there.
I say don't vote at all because your vote is just it's an illusion. It's just an illusion.
Yeah.
They're gonna place anybody they want to place into that spot. They already have this all planned out. It's an illusion. They are not in control. Nobody's in control but the elites, period.
It's a selection, not an election.
Right.
Just my thinking.
I don't have any trust in any government at any time. I love you, YouTube. Yes. That's just my opinion.
Yeah, they're all wearing blue ties and something about those red flowers. I don't know.
Thank you very much. We have the congressional leaders here with us today, and we have a.
That would be red and white. What?
Yeah, red and white.
Yeah, which would be the Republican colors.
Right there in the middle. But there is one guy wearing a red tie right there in the left, and I don't know his name, but yeah,
Well, look,
this is all Masonic, and just it's so awkward how he just holds his hands in that position the whole time.
I
Yeah,
think
man.
those flowers look like a brain, like all the U.S. citizens' brain that they're all diluting with lies and fabrication.
and look at the red and white flags in the background.
Yep. I just think it's all very Masonic. I think it's there's a lot of Masonic messages here. I don't know. I'm not, you know, I'm not saying this is what it is. It's just kind of like things that stand out to me.
You are saying what it is because you're spot on. Everybody.
A lot to discuss, including the fact that there's a new and seems to be record-breaking hurricane heading right toward Florida and Puerto Rico and other places. We'll see what happens. We'll know in a very short period of time, but it looks like it could be something that will be not good. Believe me, not good. We have many, many things that are on the plate. Hopefully we can solve them in a rational way, and maybe we won't be able to. We'll probably know pretty much at the end of this meeting or the meetings that we'll be having over a short period of time. But our country has a lot of great assets, and we have some liabilities that we have to work out. So we'll see if we can do that. I appreciate everybody being here. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Nancy. Chuck,
Is that
appreciate it
Dwight
very much.
Eisenhower behind him?
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Mr. President, are you willing to do a debt ceiling that's connected with Harvey funding for 3 months?
Thanks, guys.
Democrats propose? Thanks, guys. Right, thank you.
Did you guys want me to stop it?
Who, me?
No second thoughts.
Look at that weird statue of Eisenhower.
I hope they do. I certainly hope they do.
And then we've got the Al Smith charity dinner, the annual Al Smith charity dinner, where both parties get together and they rub elbows and they laugh and they roast each other and they just have a good old time. And there's something about this event that has always disgusted me. I've always seen right through it and seen that these people are really good friends at the bottom of it. But many a truth is said in jest. And Jim Gaffigan is reading off a teleprompter, and just listen to the truths that he has to say and the responses and how funny all of it is. Just check this out.
Good evening, rich people. I got to be honest. I feel like I'm at a casting call for Daddy Warbucks, and I'm not going to get the job. Welcome, Your Eminence, President Trump, First Lady, random millionaires who are not yet billionaires. Welcome to the 79th annual Al Smith Memorial Dinner. As you can, please give it up. Yeah. As you can see how we're dressed, the theme again is let them eat cake.
Let them eat cake.
Now, I'd be remiss if I didn't address the elephant in the room. You know, you're all thinking about it. Let me just cut to the point and point out who's not here. And of course, I'm talking about the middle class. That filthy group of people. Right, Chuck? You know what I'm talking about?
Big
Can
funny
we have a
joke.
round of applause for Chuck Schumer? Right? This is a special night, people. This is the one night when Republicans and Democrats who used to be Republican and Republicans who used to be Democrats and independents and whatever Michael Bloomberg is now. I love how the front row doesn't even look at me. Do you know what I mean? Like, do those seats cost more? We are 19 days until the election and likely a civil war. And, you know, I'm nervous. You know what I mean? It's like, this is my first Civil War, guys.
You're always throwing that Civil War
I mean,
out there.
I don't own a musket. Have we decided who's wearing blue and who's wearing gray? Because I look better in blue because of my eyes, you know? Full disclosure, Cardinal Dolan is also a friend of mine, and I would never put him on the spot, but Cardinal Dolan, I'm curious. The Pope did say that this election is a choice between the lesser of two evils. And so, two-part question. One, do you agree? And two, who's more evil? All right, I'll come back to you. Of course, Joe Biden was our second Catholic president, right? After JFK. President Biden couldn't be here tonight. The DNC made sure of that.
Truth. Just dropping truth.
Oh, that's...
And they all know it. Hey, Michelle, pause it.
I guess...
I mean, yeah, he's just dropping truth. You know, Biden's not there and the DNC made sure of it. And they all laugh. They know it's true. Yeah, I can't hear you,
I'm the
Michelle,
only
you're
one
muted. If you're talking, Michelle, I can't hear you. You're muted.
I said, right?
There you go. I can hear you now.
You didn't hear it?
Yeah, you're correct.
That reads history. But this is a Catholic event. I'm Catholic. Any Catholics here? Yeah. They're yelling because it's hard to clap when you're holding a cocktail. Right? You know, this event has been referred to as the Catholic Met Gala. 22% of Americans identify as Catholic. Catholics will be a key demographic in every battleground state. I'm sorry, why is Vice President Harris not here? I mean, consider this. This is a room full of Catholics and Jews in New York City.
Wow. Telling the truth.
Yep. And it actually called her out. Like, why isn't she there? She's only the second candidate ever in the history of this event to not show up. Because she doesn't have an original
This is
thought.
a layup for the Democratic nominee. I mean, in her defense, I mean, she did find time to appear on The View, Howard Stern, Colbert, and the longtime staple of campaigning, the Call Her Daddy podcast. You know what I think it is? I think she doesn't like me. And after we pressure Mike Bloomberg to give more money, we will break $10 million. $10 million.
More money, yay!
Hey, yeah, right. And also, I let it go a little bit, but I touch on that. But I mean, you're in this room are the wealthiest people in America, all the billionaires and millionaires, and they're clapping for $10 million, right? That is peanuts.
Right.
That's nothing. That is nothing.
Right.
Everyone look at Michael Bloomberg and tell him he should give more money. $10 million is pretty impressive. You know what I mean? I mean, granted, it could get you a studio apartment in Manhattan, which seems, you know, expensive, especially considering you can get a mayor for 2 business class flights. Oh, did I break I didn't think we had borders anymore.
Just let that sink in. In a room full of America's most elite, wealthy billionaires and millionaires, the most they can come up with is $10 million. I would say a vast majority of those people could individually donate $10 million and it wouldn't affect them at all. What a joke.
You know,
Also, he's reading a script.
Yep, he's the only one that's allowed to read off a teleprompter, and Trump mentions this later, but yeah, they don't.
They're
as
all
far as
reading
this
the
script goes.
Yeah, they're all actors.
Yep. 100%. Yep.
Looking at this impressive dais of attendees up here, I never know how to address you people. Do you prefer, global elite or coastal elite? I mean, I know we live in sensitive times, and I don't want to mislabel anyone. I'm personally excited to be up here, and not just because you make me look young and principled. This seating arrangement is weird, right? I mean, it looks like the plutocrats are about to play Family Feud. And the survey says, whatever you want. This dais, actually, let's be honest, this entire room is filled with some of the most powerful people in New York City and Brian Kilmeade. Because this room is, I'm glad you guys have a sense of humor about this, because this room is undeniably impressive. It really is. The prestige, the wealth, the allegations. I mean, wow. And don't feel bad if you don't have any allegations yet, okay? Which reminds me, Letitia James is here. She had a great year. She's just back there watching all of you. She's watching. I'd like to also welcome Mayor Adams, brought to you by Turkish Airlines. I was told to say that. It's a sponsorship deal, people. We have a lot of formers on the dais tonight, all right? Former mayors, former governors, former respected journalists. Is there any other kind, really? Now, I understand some people.
Did you say stop?
Guys, I was just laughing, like former respected journalists, and they all laugh because there are no respected journalists anymore.
They're all media. They're all media.
People may have an issue with a journalist appearing on a dais, hobnobbing with the rich and powerful. It would appear like a clear conflict of interest, and that's because it absolutely is. Look, the days of Walter Cronkite are gone. Most journalists have their own TikTok. Okay. Now, by the way, there are rumors that Mayor Bloomberg is planning to run for mayor.
I mean, he just, getting ready to buy it, and he keeps on going about talking about buying elections. But yeah, and they all laugh because they know that's what happens.
That joke. The media has begun discussing the phenomena of secret Trump voters. I don't know if you've heard about this. People who publicly say they would never vote for Trump, but then when they go in the voting booth, they do. It's a small group. They're called the Biden family. We live in divided times, and whoever is elected in November, I hope they establish an initiative to heal the divide that exists in this country. And I have a great name for this. It could be called Project 2025. It has a nice, Chuck, do you like it? Okay. Our first presentation tonight will be by Vice President Kamala Harris, okay? You have to admit, The Democrats have done an amazing job rebranding Vice President Harris, right? The term joyful warrior was used so many times.
Yeah, you can watch the rest of this at your own risk. This gets pretty cringeworthy with her little address that she sends in. But yeah, it's tough. And Michelle, if you're talking, I can't hear you. I think you might be muted. There you go.
You are correct.
No, it's funny because I was gonna, on my picture, I was trying to make a t-shirt that says, Michelle, you're muted.
What's this guy's name?
Jim Gaffigan.
No, this guy.
Oh, I don't know, but he does look like the guy from the Muppets, doesn't he? That's Chuck Schumer.
Schumer, yeah.
Yeah.
He's laughing the whole time. He's Democrat.
Totally.
Yeah. I mean, he's laughing the entire time.
Yeah, they all are. I mean, even Trump is. If you watch him, Trump and Melania or his wife are laughing. I mean,
Well,
they all
they're
react.
supposedly a Republican.
Yeah. But
very good example of it doesn't make any difference.
It doesn't.
Period.
Right. Yeah.
At the Democratic convention.
You're right. That's it. Yep. You're right. Doesn't make. They're all friends at the end of it. They all get together and hobnob and rub elbows and drink beer and laugh because they're rolling in the dough, rolling in the money.
Yep.
I felt like I was at a yoga retreat. In other words,
to set aside partisanship.
Sorry.
Hey, what's going on? Who was that?
Oh, sorry, Mary Catherine Gallagher. Mary Catherine Gallagher. It's so nice to meet you.
Very nice to meet you, Mary Catherine. Right now, I'm trying to record my speech for tonight's dinner.
Oh, yeah, I know. I just want to say that I'm Catholic, and tonight is one of the biggest dinners next to the Last Supper.
It is a very important dinner, and it's an important tradition that I'm so proud to be a part of.
Sometimes when I get nervous, I stick my fingers under my arms and I symbol them like that. But that's gross.
So tell me something. I'm giving a speech. Do you have some thoughts about what I might say tonight?
My feelings about what you should say tonight would be best expressed in a monologue from one of my favorite made-for-TV series.
Okay, let's hear it.
Don't you see, man? We need a woman to represent us. A woman brings more heart, more compassion. And think how smart she must be to become a top contender in a field dominated by men. It's time for a woman, bro. And with this woman, we can fly.
What series was that from?
Oh, that's from House of Dragons, now streaming on HBO Max.
Is there anything that you think that maybe I shouldn't bring up tonight?
Well, don't lie. Thou shalt not bear false witness to thy neighbor.
Indeed, especially thy neighbor's election results.
Just so you know, there will be a fact checker there tonight.
Oh, that's great. Who?
Jesus. And maybe don't say anything negative about Catholics.
I would never do that, no matter where I was. That would be like criticizing Detroit in Detroit.
Does it bother you that Trump guy insults you all the time? Because it really bothers my friends and me.
Oh, Mary Catherine, it's very important to always remember you should never let anyone tell you who you are. You tell them who you are.
Haters gonna hate. Shake it off.
Shake it off.
Shake it off.
Shake it off. Good for you, Mary Catherine.
Oh, yeah. And also remember one more thing. Don't worry if you make a mistake, because Catholic people are very forgiving. Yeah. And also, one last thing I want to tell you, don't forget to say, superstar.
Thank you, Mary Catherine.
Thank you, Mama La.
Thank you. Your Eminence and distinguished guests, the Al Smith dinner provides a rare opportunity to set aside partisanship and come together to do some good by supporting the tremendous charitable work of the Catholic Church.
You know, this is one of the cheesiest skits I've ever seen. It's like a bad high school production, a very bad production from SNL. And whoever wrote it needs to be fired. And the other thing is, this is what she's offering, being only the second presidential candidate ever to not attend this annual dinner. It's just a really bad attempt for them to connect. They missed the mark. And we all know why she's not there. She doesn't have an original thought. And not only that, she would completely embarrass herself and the Democratic Party if she showed up. And when she talks about the charitable work of the Catholic Church, watch her body language, because her body doesn't lie. It tells the truth. She actually shakes her head no. Pretty interesting.
The tremendous charitable work of the Catholic Church.
And come together to do some good by supporting the tremendous charitable work of the Catholic Church.
The Church cares for the sick and feeds the hungry, supports families with housing and education, and in times of disaster, provides not only essential supplies, but also, and so importantly, a sense of hope. The Gospel of Luke tells us.
Yep, she's quoting the Bible, and I'm sorry, gang, I had to leave it in here. But yeah, it kind of gets my blood boiling too.
The Gospel of Luke tells us that faith has the power to shine a light on those living in darkness and to guide our feet in the path of peace.
Yeah, I know, and I'm sorry, it is cringeworthy. But here comes another case where your mouth will say one thing, but your body just can't lie because you're not even aware that your body is telling the truth.
In the spirit of tonight's dinner, let us recommit to reaching across divides.
Reaching across divides.
Reaching across divides.
It doesn't matter what they say. She has no intentions on reaching across divides. Her body language does not lie.
Reaching across divides. Reaching across divides.
Yeah, that's all I can show. You'll have to go watch the full video somewhere and find it if you want to see the rest.
I don't know. As I watched that, I couldn't help but think of, now I know how my kids felt when I FaceTimed into a piano recital they were at. Anyway, shortly, I will introduce President Trump, who will likely talk about how Vice President Harris's absence proves that she hates Catholics, Americans, and babies. Then CNN and MSNBC will say President Trump went too far, and Elon Musk and Fox News will say he was pitch perfect.
Hey, Michelle, pause that
Thank you
real
very
quick.
much. It's an honor.
Hello? Hello?
Yeah, now I can hear you, but what he had to say was the absolute truth, wasn't it?
Right?
And I saw a body language guy do a video on camera, and he showed her talking,
Yeah.
and she would be saying yes or no with her mouth, and she would be shaking her head the opposite.
Right. They don't match up, right?
Yeah, she'd be saying yes and shaking her head no. And
That's
she'd
what I was
say
pointing
no
out.
and shaking her head yes. Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
most people, it's hard unless you're cognitive, unless you're aware of it, trying to make your body not lie. You got to be pretty good to do that, right? You got to be aware of it and be able to spin this lie and make your body tell the truth too. It's pretty hard.
You're not good enough to do it.
No,
Sure.
I've always been into body language. I've always been able to know when people are lying, but not known why. It took me a while to realize why I know why, because the body language does not lie, period. So I love those channels, those body language channels. Yeah.
Good point. Yeah.
They told me under no circumstances are you allowed to use a teleprompter. And I got up here and I see this is beautiful teleprompter.
Yeah, again, isn't it just funny that under no circumstances can anybody use a teleprompter, except Jim Gaffigan, so he can stay on his narrative, stay on point, right? And then, of course, Kamala was reading off of a teleprompter, and badly at that, if I might say. So, yeah, I just wanted to point that out, and I'm sure y'all caught it.
And as you may have seen, Kamala did an interview on Fox News yesterday. It went so poorly for her that the Democrats have been forced to install another 100 drop boxes throughout the city. a major issue in this race is childcare, and Kamala has put forward a concept of a plan. A lot of people don't like it. The only piece of advice I would have for her in the event that she wins would be not to let her husband, Doug, anywhere near the nannies. Just keep him away. That's a nasty one. That's nasty. I told these idiots that gave me this stuff, that's too tough.
Yeah, I left a lot out, but I tried to shorten it down as much as I could. But yeah, just the whole thing is just like that because they're just all in on it. They're all friends and roasting each other and laughing and just rolling in the dough. And Michelle, guess what? You're muted.
I'm not.
I'm gonna make a sign that says, Michelle, you're muted, and that
I'm
way
not
it'll remind you.
I'm not muted. Can you not hear me?
Now I can.
All right. Boo says, Michelle, your hater was in the chat.
Oh, well, haters gonna hate, like Kamala said.
I ain't scared. You want to be a hater, you'll get zapped out.
Mamala. Isn't that funny? Mamala, they're pushing Mamala. I mean, it's just so it's cringeworthy. And when she started quoting the Bible, I just I almost couldn't put it in there, but I had to. Just goes all through me when they start trying to throw my word in there, my God, my Savior, that they just conveniently want to throw in because whatever, trying to gain support or whatever.
Well, did you see what she did yesterday?
I know.
At her
What'd she
rally,
do?
at her rally yesterday, they had some protesters, and in a rally, she was saying that Trump handpicked 3 justices for the sole purpose of overturning Roe v. Wade. And so the
Yeah.
protesters started yelling, and somebody yelled, "Jesus is Lord." And
Wow.
and she stopped and told them, "You're in the wrong place. You need to go down the street to the smaller rally."
Oh, wow. No
Yeah.
kidding, Dub. Wow.
Yeah.
You didn't hear about that?
No, I didn't.
That's funny.
I've been busy working on videos for the live stream, so I've kind of been detached the last, 3 or 4
Yeah, I
days.
can see that.
Well, you did pretty dang good.
Yes,
I'm telling
you
you.
did. You did really
Well,
good.
Yeah, I'm very excited about that.
And
Well,
thank you. That was that whole dinner, I would recommend going and watching it because the whole thing is full of truth in a disguised form, but I couldn't put it all on there. It would have been a 2-hour video.
I could never make it through it.
Yeah, and it's hard for me too also, especially that Kamala thing. That just so bad, they had time to record it and figure out what they're going to do, and they throw that cheesy little skit in there, and then when she's reading from the teleprompter, it was hard. It was difficult. It was obvious. She couldn't even make that seem natural. It just the whole thing was just bad.
they're all actors. All actors. Yes, they are.
Hey Dub, so happy birthday! And do you remember when Saturday Night Live ever was funny? Do you ever remember a time? I know you're not a TV guy, but
I never watched Saturday Night Live ever.
Well, let me tell you, it used to be funny when I was a kid and when I was a young teenager. I remember a time when it didn't seem so political, and but man, sometime around the 80s or 90s, with David Letterman and all of them, everything became political and something changed. I don't know where or when, or maybe it was just my perception, but yeah, now I can't stand to watch any of that stuff now. It just I used to, that Mary Catherine whatever in Kamala's skit. I used to laugh so much at her. I thought she was hysterical. And the movie Superstar at a time, I thought it was really funny. And I just knowing who they are now, I know that stuff is not funny. I do still, I told you a few weeks ago, I still watch TV and movies here and there and find some enjoyment in some stuff like that. But yeah, like SNL and uh, more and more, there's I just can't stand any of it because knowing what they believe and who they are, it just makes it more and more difficult to find any enjoyment out of any of it.
Never watched an All in the Family. Never watched uh, what's the other one? I don't slip my mind is what it was. So
Yeah, I mean, Nuthouse just mentioned one, John Wick. Like that's a series I freaking absolutely love. The Matrix. I love The Matrix. I love John Wick, the whole series. I'm a big Lord of the Ring guys. There's series out there that I really but like the Green Mile. I used to love the Green Mile, but I don't. Or is it the Green Mile? No, not the Green Mile. Shawshank Redemption. But that guy Tim, whatever his name is, the
Yeah.
lead guy.
Mhm.
He's such a raging liberal. They just make it impossible that they when they're so outspoken about their liberal evil views, it makes it impossible to go back then knowing what I know and watch that show without thinking what a horrible person he is and the agenda that he's pushing. And yeah, it sucks, but that's where I'm at.
And I'm just gonna say my opinion. I don't love any music anymore. I don't love any movies anymore. I don't love any of that. I have no love for that because it's all demonic. And I know that sounds crazy to people because people are
No,
like, no, I'm just saying that I will not partake or participate in any of uh their in any of that. And I think that when I do, I don't miss it. That's what's funny. It's not really funny, but I don't miss it. I don't condone. I mean, I don't, you know, if you want to still watch movies and listen to music, then that's on you. That's your thing. I'm
right.
just saying, um, I don't partake in it anymore. Do not turn on the radio. I don't turn on television. I do not turn on the movies. I don't do any of that. And I'm just saying that I just can't do it because I already know what's involved and I will not partake and that's just me.
Well, Michelle, don't feel bad about that. And actually, I mean, that's awesome. And like, okay, how can I say this? It's challenging, right? So everyone's on a different level. Like, so to me, like, that's freaking awesome. That's the level I want to be at. Um, I'm at that level a lot. Like when it comes to sports, I used to be 100% like, if my team did not win on Sunday, I was in a bad mood. And I'm not joking. Like, I would be pissed off and people wouldn't want to be around me. I was that involved. And I,
Let me tell you, I have the Philadelphia Eagles tattooed on my forearm.
so
I I was hardcore. Okay, on
you
my
know,
arm for the rest of my life. I don't have
yeah,
any regrets, but I was very hardcore in sports. And I would be the one that you wouldn't want to come up against. I'd be like, yeah, yeah.
right. That's exactly, and that was me with, but I'm telling you, I mean, like my Sundays were all about sports. I was going to church, but man, I couldn't wait to get home and turn on ESPN or whatever game was on, and man, we'd have parties and get-togethers, and I was totally involved, fantasy football and all that. Just man, lived and died by it, and it has been, man, it's been every bit of 10, 12 years that I don't watch sports. I can't stand it. And I'm there on that level, and I'm there on a smaller level on TV, and movies, but we're all on different levels. And so when I hear your story, like that's encouraging. Like that's where I want to be. And I'm getting there.
And I don't miss it. Let me tell you, I don't miss any of it. And I'm going to
Yeah.
just give you a perspective. Okay, so nobody makes it famous unless they sell their souls, unless they're sellout, unless they are going to sell their souls. I mean, nobody. You're not going to make it anywhere unless you're a sellout, unless you're a deceiver, unless you're a liar, unless you're this. Nobody. And if you understand that, and I'm just saying, this is just coming from what I can see. If you can understand that, you're going to sell out our country. You're going to sell it. Whether they're all actors. Whether you're in the music industry, hold on, let me finish. Whether you're in the Hollywood, whether you're a politician, whether you're a sports player, the reason why sports, the players get paid so much money is because they're actors. They're getting paid so much money for them to tell them, okay, next week you're going to lose the game and you're going to go down to the 10-yard line and you're going to fumble the ball. And then the ref is going to make a bad call. And then in the third season, or not the third season, but in the third game, you're gonna pull a ligament, and you'll be out for the next 6 weeks. It's all acting. That's why they get paid so much money. In sports, all sports are rigged. I don't care who you are, what you say. I'm telling you, all of it's rigged. Music, acting, Hollywood. I will not partake. That's just me. I don't condemn anybody for doing that, because some people have to pass their time by, that. I will not. I will not. And that's why I don't do it. And I'm telling you, it makes me sick to my stomach to even think about these people being deceivers and what they're doing to us all around the world. I will not give them my time, my day, my thought, my nothing. They don't deserve shit, because they're the ones bringing the shit down, because they worship evil, and that's it. That's it. Oh. And I'm sorry if I'm yelling, guys. I'm not yelling at nobody. I'm just so passionate.
No, you're good. I mean, it shows, and it's one of the, I mean, you're spot on. The only thing, like, I maybe it's just the way I was raised. It's hard for me. Like, I can hear my mom saying, "Always and never," or "everybody and nobody," are awfully strong words, and you better be careful when you use those words. And so I try not to say always and everybody. And I'm not dogging you for saying that, Michelle. A lot of people say everybody, and you may even believe everybody. I'm just saying, I think there are still those cases where people will become, where they'll get rich and somehow be, in one way, shape, or form, become famous per se, that are clueless to any of that. That just were whatever, lucky or unlucky or whatever you want to call it. I know personally, I can think of 2 people that I know personally that have made it in the professional level, that have made, like, they weren't bigs, like no one that you would know, no one that anyone here would know, but people that played for, like, the Denver Broncos, for the Kansas City Royals, that were on the lower level, still making great money. But my belief is that in a lot of those cases, not everyone has to be in on the know. Just like with NASA and all their tomfoolery, only the big people have to be in the know, and they can have a lot of paid minions that just believe it, and just but those minions can still make a lot of money. They're still minions, but maybe not 100% in the know, but they're just playing their part. Like, the 2 people I know They they weren't in that level, but there 100% is no doubt that the elites, you don't need many people to control the narrative or to control the outcome, because like even in sports games, all you need is one ref to determine the outcome of a game, and none of the players really have to be in on it. That referee can 100% determine the outcome of a game. So if you own the refs,
Let me interrupt you there real quick.
okay.
So when it comes to sports, you kind of have to do your research. But when it comes to sports, their practices are scripted. It's all scripted. They don't make it's all a money scheme. Okay, they already know who's going to the Super Bowl before they even start the season. And I'm telling you, I can see this clear as day. Don't trust me. Do your research. I'm just telling you what my thoughts are, my opinions. But it's not an opinion. It's something that's deep in my heart, and I've looked into this stuff. Let me tell you, they're scripted. They tell you, okay, everybody knows everybody's plays. That's why they have everything on their arms. The other team has everything on their arms. They know what they're supposed to do. They already know what the play is going to be. The other team knows what the play is going to be. That's what their practices are. That's why they get paid millions of dollars to be actors. Everybody in this world are actors. If they are going to make any sort of money, I'm not discarding what you were saying, Kipp, about your friends or people that you've known. I'm just saying, if they're going to be a part of the club, they are sellouts completely. And
Yeah, it could be. Yeah, that's a possible scenario.
I almost put my son's name on it. I'm just telling you that it's a money scheme. It's all about power. It's all about control. It's all about distraction. It's all about keeping everybody distracted and divided, and in all in a nutshell, just like everything else is. It's all one.
It could be scripted. Who knows? I've never asked either of my buddies if it's. I'm not in contact with them anymore, but I've never outright come and said, hey, what about all this stuff? Because I really wasn't thinking about that back then. I just know these two individuals and their hearts, and but who knows anyone's heart, right? So who knows? I could be completely wrong. I just try not to say always and never, Michelle. That's all, man. I'm not dogging. I just try not to say everybody or nobody or always and never.
And that's fair enough. Yep, that's fair enough. I'm just saying, what I can see, what I've researched, and it all makes sense to me. Nobody makes it famous unless they're a sellout. And I'm talking famous. I'm talking about somebody that's on the battlefield. I'm not talking about somebody that kind of goes up. I'm not talking about somebody that's halfway up. I'm talking about rather it's I'm a professor in
Right.
Yeah. I'm just saying
upper level of the ladder. Yeah.
Anybody in football, anybody in basketball, all of that. I'm not saying they're not talented, they're not physically fit, and they're not talented, just like the singers and the artists and the actors. They're all, but they're all there. It's all twisted. It's a twisted freaking world, and all the world is a stage, and that's where it comes down to fake until proven real. And I will stand on that to the end of time. I'm sorry to Kipp, but I'm telling you.
No. We agree more than you think, because I absolutely agree that the elites of whatever level, sports or technology, I think the elites at the top are definitely, yes, the Tiger Woods, the Michael Jordans, the Elon Musks, whoever, you know,
Yeah.
the Kamala and Trump and even lower levels. But yes, 100% agree with you, and that it is scripted and they're fully aware of it. You know, the referees, I'm with you 1,000,000% on that.
With that in mind, Danny wanted me to play this video to close out, and I've got it pinned up. We've been going 4 hours, exactly 4 hours and 3, 4, 5 seconds. I'm going to close this live out. Kipp, I want to tell you how thankful and grateful that I am to have you on my panel every week, to have you on my backside, to have you sit there and have my back, to have Dub's back, to have Chuck's back, to have everybody's back. You are a very, very good man. I appreciate you fully. I appreciate Chuck. I appreciate Brian. I love you guys. I love my best friend sitting on my side. Happy birthday, Dub. I hope you enjoyed the show. Everybody that is in my chat, I love you guys. Thank you for hanging out with us. I'm going to close the show. I'm going to close the show with this last video. But let me tell you guys, I love you guys so very much. I appreciate you. Thank you for coming here every week. Thank you for being a part of us. And we're going to close it out. You guys have a wonderful week. God bless you. And I have one more video to show, and we're going to call it a night. Thank you, Kipp. I love you, brother. I
love you too.
God bless you.
Yeah, love you all. Then happy birthday, Dub. Love you.
Appreciate everyone coming and spending the time with us, and appreciate all the birthday wishes.
Hold on 1 second. I'm reading it. I don't know what's going on, Boo, and I gotta go back and read your Boo. If you could leave me your email again, maybe in the comment section. I'm so sorry that I deleted my introduction videos, and you told me to email you so we could talk personally, and I am so sorry that I did not do that. If you could do that in the comment section, and I will delete it as soon as you can. My BFFBooBoo at gmail.com. Can you remember that, Dub? My BFFBoo at gmail.com.
My BF Boo.
No, my BFF.
BFF.
Boo
Boo
at Gmail.
At Gmail.
Okay. I love you guys. Thank you so much. God bless you guys. Have a wonderful week, and we will see you next week. Let's play this video.
And it's time to win back your love again. I will be there. I will be there. Love, only love can bring back your love someday. I will be there. I will be there. Fight, baby, fight to win back your love again. I will be there. Just shut up and run away. I will. If we go again, all the way from the start, I would try to change things that couldn't hold on. Pride has been and worn so strong that I can't get through. Is there really no chance to start once again? If we go again, all the way from the start, I would try to change things that kill our love. Yes, I've heard your pride. You know what you've been through. You should give me a chance. This can't be the end. I'm still loving you. I'm still loving you. I'm still loving you. Still loving you. Still loving you, baby. Still loving you. Still loving
Ignition sequence start. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. All engine running. Liftoff. We have a liftoff. 42 minutes past the hour. Liftoff on Apollo 11.
Oh boy. Oh boy, it looks good, Wally.
Somebody must be leaving me around.
Building shaking. We're getting that buffeting we've become used to. What a moment. Man on the way to the moon. Great sight. Looks like a good trajectory so far, doesn't it, Wally?
Very good, very good. That's
Beautiful. Downrange 1 mile, altitude 3, 4 miles now. Disappeared in the sun there, so it's a lot. 2,195 feet per second.
everything fell into place.
Still see it?
Yes, indeed. Oh, there we're starting to contrast now.
See it
Just going
beautifully.
through.
See it beautifully on the screen here. We're through the region of maximum dynamic pressure now.
Yeah, everything looks good here. We're at 1350 on the start bar.
Set 8 miles downrange.
I'm not sure whether I'm a fan of looking at it on the screen or looking at it out the window.
Stand by for mode 1, Charlie. Mark, mode 1, Charlie. 1, Charlie.
Cliff Charlesworth taking a staging status.
This is Houston. You are go for staging.
That's for the that's for dropping the first stage, going to the second stage power. Inboard engines out.
I'm inboard, got it.
You're hearing from the capsule communicator, astronaut Ken Mattingly at Mission Control in Houston, talking to the astronaut.
Downrange 35 miles, 30 miles high. Standing by for the outboard engine cut down now.
And this is reporting, this is Jack Riley reporting, the voice of Mission Control.
There we go.
Station.
Beautiful.
And ignition.
Each of these events are very interesting to us.
11 Houston, thrust is go. All engines, you're looking good. Roger, you're loud and clear, Houston.
At 3 minutes, downrange 70 miles, 43 miles high, velocity 1,300 feet per second.
We got skirt step. Roger, we confirm skirt step.
Should have had the launch escape citizen, Justin.
Neil Armstrong confirming both the engine skirt separation and the launch escape tower separation.
There we go.
Houston, be advised, the visual is go today. This is Houston, Roger, out.
What was that?
The visual simulation is go today.
Copy, give me a window to look out. He can't hear you.
What they're
11
describing
Houston,
is
your guidance is converged, you're looking good.
the boost protective cover comes off and the windows are then
Downrange
clear to look
140
through.
miles, altitude 62 miles, velocity 10,300 feet per second.
11 Houston, you are go at 4 minutes. Roger.
The second stage is 5 J2
11
engines.
right on the ground track.
Develop 1,125,000 pounds of thrust. That's an amazing camera the Space Agency has there. We can still see that spacecraft, and at this point, it is almost 93 miles high and 288 miles downrange.
Now, 72 miles high, velocity 11,000 feet per second.
Almost 8,000 miles an hour. It's got to get up to 17,500 to go into Earth orbit. We've got another 4 minutes before the first.
Booster says it's looking good at 5 minutes.
11 Houston, you are go at 5 minutes.
The next,
Roger, follow 11, go.
next critical moment will be when that second stage jettisons and we get that fourth stage ignition for the first time. It's got to go.
S4B is most significant to us.
Velocity 12,472 feet per second.
Slide S4B to COI capability. Okay. Mark,
COI
S4B to
means
COI capability.
contingency orbit insertion. You can abort to orbit. It doesn't mean complete the mission, but you have safe flight.
S4B if necessary.
Thank you. You all are coming through beautifully, too.
Everyone's reporting go here in the control center.
So it's 6 minutes. Starting to get more. Roger, 11. Your go from the ground at 6 minutes. Find out what it is.
That gate is jumping all around.
Follow 11, this is Houston, level sense arm at 8 plus 17. Outboard cut off at 9 plus 11.
They've got it.
What do you say was jumping around there, Marley?
Something like gauges are jumping around. I'm not sure what the
Level sense
significance
arm
is.
is the sequence that arranges the staging between the second stage and the third stage. The fuel uncovers a sensor starting that sequence.
I'm sure it's not of major significance other than the fact
Predicting that will be
this
uncovered
amplitude
in 8
before.
minutes 17 seconds.
You've got to look at
Cut off
the
9 minutes 11 seconds on the second stage.
look at the empty launch pad with some of those 325,000 gallons of water that pour over it to
Go from
cool
the
it.
ground at 7 minutes. Level sense arm at 8 plus 17. Outboard cut off at 9.
Happy birthday, Dub. I love you guys. God bless you. We'll see you next week.